Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the January meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. We hope you are all doing well and are staying healthy and wish you a happy and healthy new year. Debbie, you want to take it away from there, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Happy New Year to everyone. This is the January 12th, 2021 agenda. Before we get started this morning, I wanted to introduce Jason Jacobson, from the City Attorney's Office. He is going to be assisting with legal counsel at the upcoming Historic Preservation Board meetings. And I believe he has a few announcements this morning before we get started. Jason?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Jason Jacobson. I'm a senior assistant city attorney with the City of Miami Beach City Attorney's Office. In the interim period, while Raul Aguila is the interim city manager, Nick will be assisting him as a special advisor to the city manager. So in the meantime, I'm going to step in on his behalf to assist the Historic Preservation Board. I look forward to working with all you, and we have some exciting projects on the pipeline. If I may, Mr. Chair, just a few announcements before we begin.
Sure.
Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with the quorum of the board physically present and remaining board members, applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 877-853-5257. Again, that's 877-853-5257. And enter a webinar ID, which is 894-4149-9029 #. Alternatively, you can log on to the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID again, which is 894-4149-9029. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they want to use the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating via phone. Individuals who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in support or in opposition to any of the items presented today may be heard in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center, located at 1901 Convention Center Drive, Washington Avenue entrance, Art Deco Ballroom, room 237, Miami Beach, Florida, 33139. At this location, access to a computer will be provided to you. On quasi-judicial applications, on behalf of the chair and the board, I'll swear in each presenter or members of the public wishing to speak. I'll also ask each board member to disclose the names of any individuals with whom they've had ex parte communications. Under the city code, an ex parte communication is any written or oral communication with any member which may directly or indirectly influence the disposition of an application, other than those made on the record during a public hearing. I'll be keeping time at today's meeting. Applicants will have 10 minutes each to present, and members of the public will have 2 minutes each. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting. Or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their names, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you are an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you are appearing in favor or against an item, encourage or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Lastly, before I turn the meeting over back to the chair, I'd like to swear in the staff. Staff, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Jack, you're on mute.
Thank you very much, Jason. Nice to meet you and look forward to working with you in every way we can. Debbie, you want to start?
Sure. The first matter of business on the agenda this morning is the approval of the December 8th, 2020 minutes. So do we have a motion?
I will move to approve the minutes.
I'll
Okay,
second.
we have a second by Nancy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Next this morning, we are going to be going through the request for continuances. We have two applications. The first is HPB 20-0386. This is 7835 Harding Avenue. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the February 9th meeting as they continue to work on their plan in accordance with the board's concerns. Staff has no objection to this. So we would need a motion.
I'll move it. Are we not asking for comments? No.
We can. Oh, that's true. We can open it up to the public at this. I see Mickey Marrero.
I'm
with his
speaking on
neighbors.
1036th Street.
Oh, okay. That's the next item. I don't see any members of the public wishing to speak on this item currently.
So I'll move this to the February 9th hearing.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
That was Mr. Litt with the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that application has been continued to the February meeting. The next application is HPB 20-0420. This is 1036th Street. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the February 9th meeting due to a renotice that was required for additional variances that were incorporated into the plan after receiving board and staff comments at the last meeting. So staff has no objection to this. And I do see Mr. Marrero would like to comment.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As Debbie said, we heard your comments from the last meeting and worked with staff to bring the building down a little bit in height. That resulted in some additional variances to the setbacks. So we had to renotice those, and that's why we need to come back in February instead of today. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Okay, I see no other members of the public wishing to speak on this item. So we can entertain a motion.
move to continue it to February 9th.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Ms. Liebman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So that application has been continued to the February 9th meeting. The first application that we are going to hear this morning is HPV file 20-0437. This is 2660 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the installation of a generator at the northwest corner of the municipal parking lot. I'm sure most of the board members do recall this item was presented to you at the December 8th meeting. During that meeting, the board issued some comments and recommendations to the applicant regarding the location of the generator, also some potential screening options that should be explored. Since that time, we have met with the applicant. The applicant has had some discussions with us and has provided the board members with some additional information that was sent to the board members, I believe, last week in terms of the background and community meetings and community input they've had with regard to this particular location. Prior to receiving some of that information, staff did suggest some recommended conditions, including that we believe would improve the conditions of the parking lot, which was that potentially at some point the shade trees could be introduced. If you look at the parking lot, it's primarily asphalt and concrete. So we believe that by introducing shade trees in that median would be a benefit to the neighborhood. We also added a condition that would require the generator to be relocated in the event the city was to propose a development project for that site. That is subject to the review and approval of the City Commission. So we did include that as part of our recommendations this morning. I believe I also sent the board members a letter of support from a resident, a nearby resident of the site. I believe Mina Samadi is here to present on behalf of the city, the applicant. But that's all we had. We're still recommending approval, and I think the city is going to provide you with some additional information with regard to the project.
Thank you, Debbie.
Is the team ready to present?
Good morning. This is Meher Maliki with Rivik Engineering. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Board.
Morning.
I believe Mina is actually online, but perhaps she's having some technical difficulties. I'm muting, but I'm here to
Meher,
assist.
before we begin, may I swear you in?
Sure.
Did that already.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mahir, who was the second presenter that was presenting with you?
Mina Samadi from CIP.
Don't see her on here. Mina, if you're there, please click the raise your hand icon so that we can verify that it's you, so we can allow you to be able to present with Mahir. All right, there it is. Got it. Perfect. All right, we're all set.
Good morning, Chairman and the members of the board. Happy New Year. We are here to present. We have a short presentation. I think we sent a little slideshow. In that slideshow, one of the most important slides is the one that represents the locations that were discussed during the commission meeting with the members of the commission and the neighborhood association. If you can please go to the next slide. During the meeting, the last meeting, we were requested to study different locations. During the process of selecting the location of the generator with the members of the City Commission, the MBNA, the North Beach Alliance neighborhood, and the Flamingo Park Homeowners Association, we studied a few locations for the generator before selecting the northwest corner of the city parking lot as the most applicable location for this generator. Maher Malaki is the engineer of record, as he introduced himself just now. Maher, would you please go through these locations briefly and identify them and point out what was discussed at those meetings, please?
Sure, Mina, no problem. So at Gen A location, this is the location that's in question. It is the northwest corner of the parking lot at Indian Creek and 27th Street. This is the agreed upon location. Gen B location was the another location actually, which provides sufficient space for the generator. However, it is right on the water. We felt that it might be a sore object to look at from across the water and from within Indian Creek. Also, MBA and the commission at that time did not feel that that's an appropriate place for it. The same goes for Gen C and finally Gen E and Gen F. Some of those locations are pretty far away from the main hub, which is the control panel location, which is just south of 32nd Street, making the conduit sizes to be extremely large and almost unfeasible in some areas. Gen D, which is on the bottom section of that sheet, is along Collins and 36th Street. It happens to be also in a parking lot. However, it being right along Collins in between all these beautiful buildings, it was not agreed upon by the commissioner and by MBA. Gen F, let's go back to that one just for a second, even though that is a wider location, and that happens to be at 40th Street and Indian Creek. It's a wider location. It is more suitable from an engineering perspective, I guess, or a right-of-way perspective. It also happens to be right at the location where the bus stops are. Everybody that gets off those bus stops en route to the beach will be looking at this generator. So that's why it was not perceived as a good location. So as Mina mentioned, the agreed upon location by MBA and the commissioner was Gen A at 27th Street and Indian Creek.
I just want to add that there is a project that's coming up. It's a landscaping and pathway project that is going to be along the water west of the Indian Creek Road. Those were the reasons that the locations that Mr. Malaki just explained, Gen C, Gen B, Gen E, and Gen F, were not desirable because they would have taken the space that would be needed for the walkway and the green landscaping that is planned at that along the waterway. Also MBNA, the North Beach Neighborhood Alliance just sent a letter of support for the location, for the proposed location at the northwest corner of 27th Street and Indian Creek. Debbie, I don't know if you had a chance to see that or not, but they also said that they were all involved with the members of the commission in the selection of the location at the northwest corner of 27th Street, 2660 Indian Creek, so that we could finalize this project. This project has been ongoing for a while, and relocation of this generator at this point would be increasing the cost and the time associated with the construction of the project. Would you please show the next slide? Again, if this generator is located at the left corner of the screen that you see the parking lot, and at the left corner at that intersection, you're eliminating about 60 spaces to install the generator and the landscaping around it. If we move this anywhere else in the parking lot, it would take additional spaces and it would hinder the circulation that the parking lot currently has, which means that the entire parking lot would have to be reconfigured for circulation and parking spaces. Next slide, please. Having the generator at this location, again, this shows that you're taking the very inconspicuous corner, and everything else can operate the same way it is. We can, as a part of the landscaping project, additional landscaping and shade trees can be installed along the medians and the perimeter of the parking lot. Next slide, please. And again, this is the rendering that we have. You're planning a tiered landscaping, so it would conceal the generator, and it would not be visible from any walking path or from the parking lot itself. So we are planning to conceal this generator via landscaping and via the wrapping that they do for the other equipment or automobiles, so that we can conceal the generator even more. Next slide, please. And this is generally the landscaping design that we have. Again, moving this generator at the moment from the location that it is into the middle of the parking lot would require reconfiguration of the parking lot, reconfiguration of the electrical components for the Indian Creek project, and it will extend the time and the cost associated with that project. Sometimes in the future, when this property is slated for improvement, this has to go in front of the City Commission and the HPD board, and the generator can be relocated to another location, or at some point in the future when FPNL has more redundancy, this generator can be eliminated. But at the present time, this generator is needed for the design of the project and the operation of the pump station and the drainage system. I think that concludes our presentation. And if you have any questions, we are happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Debbie, is there any public
Mr. Chair,
comment?
before we get into opening the public comment, do any of the board members have disclosures on this item? Okay, seeing none, we do have the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association who would like to comment.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Ana Marie Ferreira de Melo. I'm the president of the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association. Do I need to be sworn in or should I begin the comment?
I will swear you in.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for hearing this item again today. I sent a letter a moment ago that was approved by the executive board earlier this week, and it just highlights a little bit about the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association and how we represent condominiums and hotels from 24th to 63rd Street along Collins Avenue and Indian Creek Drive. Currently, MBNA membership includes 52 properties, which is about 50% of all the properties that are located in our association's boundaries. The Indian Creek Drive seawall, roadway, and landscaping projects have impacted the Mid-Beach community for far too long. And since 2017, the MBNA has been advocating and collaborating with the city, county, state, and even federal officials to try to improve the design of facilities, shorten the construction time, and mitigate the negative impacts faced by condominiums and hotels along Indian Creek Drive. After much consultation, and I don't say that lightly, I mean monthly meetings, site visits, meetings, individual meetings with staff, with elected officials, with stakeholders, with owners of the hotels abutting this property, with Flamingo Drive Association, homeowners, and larger membership meetings at MBNA, we've advocated, we came together, looked at all the different options for the generator, and discussed them in great depth. And we've been advocating for the generator that powers the pump station to be located off to the northwest corner. And so definitely off of the pathway. We don't want anything to interrupt or limit the size of the pathway and the landscaping project to the west of Indian Creek Drive. And then on the east of the east options, we felt that the northwest corner of this public parking lot located at 2660 Collins Avenue was the best option. We also were in support of the wrapping that had been presented with the landscape type picture that would provide the background for the lush and tiered landscaping that was proposed to conceal the generator. We are very sensitive to having a large machine, and we understand that while the generator in the center of the parking lot would be further away from that waterfront sightline, the MBNA members would like to save the most amount of parking spaces. And so we were told that it would take away more parking spaces, and also moving it to that area would require larger conduits and it would increase the construction costs and extend the project timeline, things that we are trying to save this project week by week. And there's just so many elements and there's so many aspects of this project happening at the same time. And so we would like to, okay. We'd like to request for you to accept the application as originally submitted. Thank you.
Okay, I am not seeing any additional public comment at this time, Mr. Chair, so you are welcome to close the public hearing. Mr. Chair, you are on mute.
We're closing. Thank you, Debbie. We're closing the public comment, and we're going to move on to board discussion. Who would like to go first? Barry.
Yeah, I have, I just want to say thank you for listening to the board to increase some landscaping in the parking lot. I want to say, though, that I think if anybody else was bringing a private sector individual was bringing this to the city would say, you're going to put this big piece of equipment on the corner of a public right-of-way across the street from the water, where we're putting all this money to landscape and beautify, with the caveat of, if and when we develop this, we'll move this eyesore somewhere else. So I won't back it because I don't believe that this would take would require the complete reconfiguration of the parking lot. I don't believe that it's all that far to move this further off of the street, the right of way, and that the city of Miami Beach should give more value to its own properties and more value to how these infrastructure type machines and elements that we have to use in our city, how they affect us, and we have to be more I believe we should be more sensitive in our design to them. We have examples throughout the city, which great, we're doing so many of these pumps and generators that I wouldn't expect structures like that are built across the street from Scott Raycal Youth Center. But I don't think that we put this in the right place. I don't think we did the same with the one that's in front of the Publix on Purdy in that area. I don't think that the city has put so much value on design, but I don't think they did here. So I think they missed the mark, and that's my comment. You're muted.
Thank you, Barry. Who would like to speak next? I don't see anybody. Oh, Rick, sorry. You're not on my picture up here.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I appreciate everything that Barry just said. And while I also appreciate, the city making the effort to add some landscaping, I agree with Barry. This is a long-term decision, and it's going to impact this part of the city for a long time. I would only add to Barry's comments that it's frustrating to see what appears to be decisions made based on the immediate concerns of time and money, and not the long-term interest of this part of the city. And I think this is a planning question. And I would hope that the city's planning department would have a strong enough voice to guide the engineering rather than have the engineering guide the planning. So for me, it's difficult to support too.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rick. Who else would like to comment? Kirk?
I have some input. I mean, I spoke relatively early in the dialogue the last time, and I appreciated all of the additional comments that the other board members made at the last hearing. I understand with regard to sea level rise and infrastructure needs, and in certain instances, I mean, we've seen more instances of, for instance, pumps needing to go on waterways, and we have a lot of waterways in Miami Beach. And, having had that experience, it's hard for me to oppose the community's wishes to move forward and to accept that sometimes we don't have that many options, and sometimes we need to fulfill community infrastructure needs close to waterfront, which seems to be the discussion here. I appreciate all of the additional landscaping, I think, and I know a lot of the other board members advocated strongly for that the last time. And I think that goes a long way towards improving this area. What I'm really having the biggest problem with, honestly, is the wrap. I don't, for me, a wrap is, I mean, it's a solution for a bus and advertising on a permanent structure in a neighborhood in a historic district. The minute you see a wrap, it just screams inauthenticity and Universal Studios and everything else. I appreciate that the additional landscaping will help to obscure it. I see wraps happening on a lot of infrastructure all over South Florida. And I've recognized it more since we've had this discussion. And I absolutely dislike, as strongly as I could state it, that idea of wrapping as a solution for permanent infrastructure in our city. I think it's wrong. At the same time, I'm hoping that you actually would not see the wrap because there'd be sufficient landscaping there. But emphatically, I oppose the idea of wrapping as a solution for infrastructure in historic districts. It just screams, it absolutely detracts from the authenticity of a historic district. Sea level rise is real, pumps are needed, generators are needed. I think we need to face the fact to some extent, but I do not believe that wraps are a sufficient solution for Miami Beach. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kirk.
Yes.
Nancy, good morning.
Yes.
Happy
Good
New Year.
morning. Happy New Year. I would like to hear from the young lady who made the presentation to ask her. Now, we're talking about the city made a big presentation about how this is the best place. And I kind of sense that, and maybe I'm wrong, but I kind of sense that the residents are being pushed in a little corner because they're afraid to have to do more and change things. So if she could come back, if she's still there, I would just like to ask her about that.
Sure, Debbie, can she come back?
Yes, she's with us.
Good morning
Mina?
again. This is Mina Samadi. Yes.
Yes, my question is, are you satisfied? Wait, are you the lady who is from the city?
Yes.
Are you? No, I wanted to hear from the residents, one of the residents who talked.
Anna Marie?
Whoever the resident was who
Yes.
spoke first. Yes?
Yes. Hi, good morning. I'm
Good
here.
morning.
Thank you so much.
My question is, does your group support this as the very best place for the residents? Or are you worried about some of the presentation from the staff about all the problems that would be caused if you didn't like that location and you would rather have it moved? And since you're the spokesperson for the residents, I think that you could answer that.
That's a wonderful question. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share a little more about how that decision was made. It really wasn't by the plans or the presentations that were given or the updates from the city staff that convinced us. It was us walking out on the field with the hotel owners and condominium residents, which are the members of the association from the 52 properties, walking along this corridor, walking in the parking lot and looking at things from a ground level and thinking, where will this have the least amount of impact for the community, for the hotels and for the condominiums? And we did. We felt that this site, it was feasible. I really really appreciate the comment on the wrap as they're never ideal, but hopefully to fill in behind that landscaping. And if the more native landscaping that could happen, that's also something the association was very much in favor of, seeing more native landscaping. But we thought that this was the best site. And again, considering and balancing what the impact or effects would be if we pushed it back. You all are the design experts, and you all can speak to that. But we that live there and can feel the impact and see where it would have the least amount of impact. Nobody likes this machine. Nobody wants this huge machine in the community. But thinking about where it would have the least amount of impact, we did. We thought that even more so when we were out there. And we also met with Commissioner Minor on the field, Commissioner Gongora, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Ariola. And we met with the city staff several times and many of the hotel owners and condominiums. And if any of you would like to see the list of the members that have participated in those or other letters of support, typically MBNA provides one on behalf of all the members. And we don't take that lightly. It takes us a long time to be able to provide a stance on behalf of the organization. And so we do feel, and we have felt this is the best site, and we still do and one day, hopefully soon, we were told that they may not be necessary, and there may be some advancements in technology and some advancements in redundancy that will allow us not to have these huge generators. And when that day comes, then this may be obsolete, and we may be able to remove it. But at this time, we thought this was the best site.
Thank you very much. I mean, I think that the residents should have had a big voice in this, and I'm glad to know that this is what you all decided to do. I know there's a lot of commotion going on just over the waterway to the west, all along the waterway there, and it must be very difficult to live over there and make these decisions. So thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you, Nancy. Any other public comment? Debbie? Oh, I'm sorry, we're on. I missed. Who hasn't spoken?
I haven't, Jack.
Scott has his hand up.
Oh, Scott. Sorry. No, Scott. Okay.
Yeah. I agree with pretty much everything that's been said. Both sides of the issue. Ideally, from an engineering point of view, the generator should be right next to where the pump station is. But obviously, there's a lot of opposition to that for a lot of good reasons. From a design point of view, there shouldn't be a generator at all. We shouldn't have to look at one of these. But we're here. I think there has to be a compromise somewhere. I do think that the generator is going to go in, regardless. It's going to be installed somewhere. Maybe that parking lot, that corner is not the most ideal location, but it's going to happen. And then, we try to work out a compromise. And I could see, the city listened to what we said last month, but they're still proposing to have the generator there in that parking lot.
You know what we're talking.
So I think it's they're pretty much set on that corner.
Generate.
Maybe there's something that can be done.
Collins Avenue.
Maybe there's something that could be done to.
Not here, down there.
Nancy, you need to mute yourself, dear.
Maybe there's something that could be done to mitigate that a little bit more. I mean, I'm of the mindset that maybe, and I know this is not an ideal thing to mention, but perhaps you can lose a few more parking spots in that lot and move the station a little bit to the east, which would give you a lot more landscaping in front of that, between that and Indian Creek. Or take a few more, parking spaces and make a little, I don't want to say a park because it wouldn't be big enough for a park, but more of a green area there to sort of compensate a little bit for the pump station being where it is. Again, the city's going to put this pump station in, whether it's there, whether it's wherever it's going to go. But we did hear from a lot of the neighbors, and they settled on this location with a lot of debate and dialogue back and forth. So if they're okay with that, I'm okay with it. But maybe we can sort of mitigate the sort of the negative impact that would have on that corner a little bit more. So it's something to think about. I'm looking at the map here, and if you, like I said, if you push that over, just not to the middle of the lot, but a few parking spaces over, there's an opportunity for a lot more green space, maybe a little bench there or something like that, something just to soften it a little bit more. So that's my idea, and hopefully we can maybe talk about that a little bit more and come up with a little better solution than what's being proposed now.
Thank you very much, Scott. Max, have you commented?
No, I haven't. Thank you. I definitely appreciated hearing all the board perspectives on this so far. Coming into this, I was leaning towards supportive. I think I still am. I think this represents the types of trade-offs that are necessary here. That working with a city site is, there are advantages to that. The selection in the corner considered that extensive community input. I appreciate too the additional tree canopy. That's the agreement there. I think that's a good gesture and a step towards sort of the broader sustainability ideals that we would look for here. When we talk about negative impacts, though, I thought I remembered seeing something in the letter that was shared with us about noise. And I'm wondering if we haven't really talked about the noise mitigation, if there's something, that might, through that mitigation, if that's something that can help to, address if there's an aesthetic side of it as well, if those things can go together. And a last point that I was just thinking about this, just in general, we talk about like a permanent, I don't really see this as being a permanent change for the lot. It's only as long as this lot remains a parking lot. And the generator is going to have to get moved, for a different use on this. So, in summary, I see this as an adequate trade-off, but if there's additional mitigation, I like what Scott mentioned too about I'm not as sensitive or sympathetic toward parking, so if a couple more spaces had to were an additional trade-off for more mitigation, I would be supportive of that.
Okay, Rick.
Jack, I'm sorry, if you don't mind, I wanted to jump back in because listening to everyone has kind of triggered an idea I wanted to put out there. To the point that the graphics is not a permanent solution, and the landscape would have to be maintained. If there was something more that would be a permanent contribution from the city to the corner in terms of developing its public space, if it were an extension of a garden, as Scott was suggesting, or perhaps going a bit further, if there was some sort of garden pavilion, if there was some sort of permanent structure that was a part of that garden system, maybe it's a covered loggia, something that gives a wall to that generator and gives a new kind of public front towards the water. Maybe there's a design competition and you invite ideas for it. It could be something as small as 10 feet by 20 feet, and you've got a kind of public outdoor room that blocks the generator, and it actually puts a public face on the generator. And I think that if the city is going to go forward with putting this kind of heavy infrastructure on the street front, it would be incumbent upon them to offer something more than a graphic adhesive and something more permanent that will actually embellish and improve the neighborhood. Furthermore, because it's taking space from the parking lot, it might serve to help with pickup and drop off for more neighborhood multimodal transportation. You know, maybe maybe it's a place to wait for your Uber for the neighborhood. It's a drop off point or a place to put the scooters. You know, it could contribute in different ways, actually, thinking about its role in public transportation.
Thank you, Rick. That's a very interesting idea. I greatly appreciate your chiming in. Has everyone else spoken except me? I think so. Okay. I agree basically with what Barry and Scott and Rick stated. I'm a little perplexed about the general idea of the lot. The city, as far as I can see, quite justifiably so, has been pushing for the economic development of the lots that it owns. There's been a push up to this point to bring in income from these lots and building buildings or parking garages or other things there, or selling them. I don't understand if that's the trend here, why you would take an important corner and on that lot and build something that for all practical purposes is going to be permanent until the lot is developed. It's the prime spot on the lot, and I don't understand. It was mentioned have to be more infrastructure, there'd be a little less parking to move it to another spot on that particular lot where you could build something on the lot and not consume the generator. I agree with what Rick said at the end too. So I'm really struggling with this because a generator should not govern everything. And if you have a big empty lot that is developable, it shouldn't cause the lot to be truncated so it can't be developed properly without moving the generator again to some other place. It's going to cost the city a lot more money in the long run if that's the case. And it appears that the trend to dispose of city property is pretty strong and develop it. So I'm really I'm struggling with this because I don't think I know the whole picture. Those are my comments. Does anyone else have anything to say before we? Scott?
Can I jump back in?
Sure.
Yeah, and all good ideas, and we keep talking about the lot and developing it in the future. But I'm going to throw out an idea and let's see where it goes. When you look at the layout of the lot, the western portion is sort of angled. It butts up right against Indian Creek. What if we were, and I mentioned taking away a few parking spaces. This may take, my count may take away 13 of them or 14, but let's say you made that lot rectangular and eliminated that little sort of, you drew a perpendicular line to the north and south property lines, and you took that little triangular section out and you turned that into something that Rick was talking about. More green space, maybe something that, I don't know what it's going to be, but you basically took that space out and you still have your parking lot. That section becomes whatever it becomes. It's not part of the parking lot anymore. Parking lot can still be developed, albeit it would be a smaller development. But you still have that nice little green space there. And boy, I'm sure there's a lot of ideas that then could be talked about for that space. So, I'm looking at the overall picture. I guess it was the map, overhead map, and a nice little green space there would kind of fit in well because everything is gray from what I'm looking at. I don't know if you're looking at this, but this is the one I'm looking at, and I'm just picturing all green right there, which would help quite a bit, I think, in terms of aesthetics. So. I mean, that's an idea. So I'll just leave it at that and see if someone else wants to chime in on it.
I'd like to check.
Barry? Oh, sorry. Barry?
No, I think Kirk wanted to say something, but
Kirk, what do you think?
I just want to say that between what Rick and Scott said, I think are the direction where this should go. The city should be offering something for what they're taking, for what they're plopping down on top of us. And there should be a silver lining to this. And I think that Rick hit that right on the head. Give something to the community, an amenity. That's it. I'd like to see that as a motion.
Okay, Kirk, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I did. I mean, it's two things I wanted to say. I really appreciate Rick's idea and Scott's idea. I wanted to point out, just as one example, in my neighborhood on 81st and Crespi, where they had to install a pump, and instead of just putting a pump there in a lot, they actually built it into a park with seating areas, a couple of benches, and above the pump there's a ramp where people can actually walk up and look, and it's not really taking up real estate. It's actual additional amenities that people can enjoy, and I think that was a good example. The one thing that concerns me is that there has not been any discussion about what the demand is for that parking. So when we're talking about eliminating a substantial amount of parking, I think it's relevant to have a sense of, how critical that is to that neighborhood as well. And there's been no mention of it. And certainly if you could eliminate parking spaces, it opens up opportunities to do better things with the public space. But I wouldn't mind hearing from, if the MBNA representative was still on the phone, to hear just how much demand is there for parking in that lot for the community.
Okay, Debbie, is the lady still there? Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see the neighborhood association on. We do have a representative from the Capital Improvement Projects Office, Mina Samadi, who could probably address the need for parking in that neighborhood.
Sure, let's hear from her if possible.
Please unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
What's okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mina.
Hi.
We can hear you.
Me?
Yes.
Yes, the parking lot is heavily used by the residents of the building surrounding the parking lot. Also, this is the parking lot that is used by the community that visits the corridor, Collins Avenue, and whether they're shopping or going to the beach or other visiting needs. They do use the parking lot once it's in use and the COVID issue is resolved. The parking lot is most of the time full. That's why we had to actually coordinate with the parking department and see what was the maximum we could use to provide landscaping for this generator. So we took 6 spaces, but the parking lot is heavily used by the residents and the visitors to the area.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Debbie, I see no one else wants to speak. I think at least 4 or 5 of the board members have expressed desire to make some changes here. So would you guide us as to how we should proceed with this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I just want to point out, I do see the neighborhood association back in the meeting. Do you want to hear from them or not?
Always.
Yes?
Always.
Okay. We can open up the public comment for the Mid Beach Neighborhood Association.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I apologize that you all you couldn't see me earlier. So parking is an issue for this community. We had to advocate strongly and work with the condominiums and hotels to remove, I believe, at the end of the design, and it's nearly 19 parking spots from Indian Creek Drive, because having a protected bike lane was so important to the community, and having a walkway and landscape. And so they've already made that concession. And so taking away additional parking, I think that's the reason why we weren't as creative, although these ideas sound fantastic, to be able to make it more of an amenity and improve the asset in that community. The parking is a very big issue for the businesses, and there's small businesses under the condominiums that are used frequently, and those members came out and spoke, and parking is quite an issue. I wouldn't be able to quote the demands from that parking lot, but I can say from the discussions and many discussions we've had over the last couple of years, it was difficult to even be able to convince them to give up the ones on Indian Creek Drive. And so moving or removing more from this parking lot, you'll probably hear back from the community.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we can close the public hearing again. And I'm not sure that we have very clear direction at this point. I think it would be most helpful to provide the applicant with some specific strategies so they don't come back next month again without any real sense of what the board is asking for. From what I heard, it appears that several of the board members are recommending that we take a larger area of the frontage, the Indian Creek frontage, which does form a little triangular piece, and look at introducing either additional landscape or actual physical structures, or a combination of both, as part of a more designed public amenity space.
I think beyond, may I just say something? I think sure. Beyond that, in the last meeting, I think that I had said that there should be, that they should be looking at a permanent screen as opposed to this sticker system. And I gave the reference of by the Publix. I don't think that we should be designing their project. I think in the previous motion was for them to study alternatives. And I think that's what they need to do. We gave them alternatives for taking that whole western side, sliding it over more east on the northern side. They never looked at what we discussed at the previous meeting, or they didn't, at least they didn't bring it to us, was the relocation of the generator onto the center median at the western edge of it, which would take it off of Indian Creek, and it could be landscaped there. They never looked at putting it in the ground. I'm wondering how these buildings over on Collins Avenue are telling us that they're going to put parking 50 feet below the surface. Maybe the city can experiment. But I don't think I don't want to sit here with a big fat soft pencil and design their project. I don't think that's right.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Anyone else? Last call for comments. Okay, Debbie. So should we ask them to look at this again with these comments in mind?
Yes, it sounds like that's the direction you want to vote in. So the motion would be a request or a continuance to the February 9th meeting.
Okay.
I don't hear any motions at this point. Mr. Klein, I see your hand up.
I was just going to say, if no one's going to make it, fine. I think that's the right thing to do. to move this to the next meeting. Let the city really pay serious attention to what the board has commented here, and to come back, show us what they've done, show us why they've rejected moving it inward, show us why, show us something that pays respect to the city as a whole and long term.
Thank
Okay,
you.
that's a motion to continue the application to the February 9th meeting. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second, Mr. Needleman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Ms. Lieben, was that in opposition or did you vote?
Nancy, you're muted. Nancy, we can't hear you.
Unmute. Okay. No, I asked the question. I've been down there. I looked at the situation and I realized with the chaos that is going on along that waterway, we have another project that's going to be heard today on that waterway. The most difficult part of what's going on is the parking, because even going over there to find a parking space to see anything, and it's just a mess. I can tell you, a mess. And I think that since the residents are okay
Barry
with
Klein.
it, and it's not
This is
for
Barry Klein, CVR.
What? Excuse me.
Mary, mute
Hello?
yourself, please.
What?
Can you hear me?
I thought
Mary,
I'm on.
it's okay. He's muted now.
God's sakes. Anyhow, I'm opposed to dragging them back here again because I don't think it's going to be worthwhile. The only thing I did like was the suggestion by Rick. I thought he was on point by trying to take a small piece of the area to make it look more attractive. But at this time, I think that we're really pushing it too far. And if the residents are happy, I'm happy.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. There is a motion on the floor and it's been seconded.
We had the vote, Mr. Chair. I believe all 6 yays and Ms. Liebman was a no regarding the continuance. So we had already voted.
Okay.
We can move on to the next application this morning, which is HPB 20-0378. This is 4360 and 4370 Collins Avenue. An application has been submitted requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a new 5-story building to replace an existing surface parking lot. There is also a pedestrian bridge proposed over the 44th Street right-of-way as part of the development. The applicant has submitted a request for many variances, including variances to reduce the front street side, interior side, and some of the side yard setbacks for the subterranean pedestal and tower levels, to reduce the residential or commercial uses that are required when facing streets, and to provide parking at the ground level. That would be the commercial liner requirements. They've also requested a variance to reduce the required setback for the columns located within the drive aisle. The board last heard this application at the November 10th meeting. At that time, staff had expressed some concerns in the board as well regarding the active use liners. A very brief summary that we do have parking at the ground level. We also have subterranean parking here. The upper floors are to be used as a ballroom and meeting space. So the conversation in the November meeting really focused around the active use liner. The applicant did take a look at sort of a virtual type of activation. And the board did ask for additional information regarding the development and further developing those areas. So since that meeting, they have submitted revised plans, which do more specifically show where these kind of augmented reality experiences would be located. They have further enhanced these areas by including a digital kiosk. They've proposed a Morris Lapidus sculpture along the west side of the property. They've included bow tie paving that recalls the bow tie floor in the Morris Lapidus design Fontainebleau Hotel. They have also incorporated several pedestals and plaques throughout these areas where people can find information regarding the historic district. They've also enhanced their landscape plan. So this was the last remaining design concern that staff had. And we're generally supportive of the improvements for these areas. We do believe that this will enhance activation. It does not eliminate the need for the variance, but we are supportive, with the exception of that large digital kiosk, which we believe is not in character with the historic district. Also could potentially be used in the future for advertising and material that may be undesirable for the historic district. So that's really our only concern there. We've outlined the 16 variances in your report. We are recommending modifications to some of the variances as well as denial. And again, we've based our review on the hardship criteria. The variances are grouped by the setback variances. You're going to need a setback variance that's different for subterranean versus pedestal, which is the 50 feet base of the building, and then the tower setbacks. So they're grouped and there are some that we are supportive of and some that we are not supportive of. Michael Belush is with us, who really took a lot of time to outline these variances, and he can go into a little more detail with regard to our recommendations on those. And I believe the applicant also is going to address some of our comments on the variances. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Debbie. Yeah, thanks. If I could just do a quick overview, not one by one, but as Debbie indicated, 16 variances have been requested. And we indicate that we are supportive of the variances related to the construction of the bridge, which will mitigate traffic impacts from the proposed new construction, as well as the minor variances related to the subterranean parking and variances for the tower setbacks. These variances will have minimal impact on the overall landscaping and pervious areas of the site. Staff is not supportive of some of the remainder of the variances and recommends modifications for the balance of those requests. Pages 2 through 7 of the staff report describe each variance, along with staff's recommendation for approval with modifications, or denial. And I'm sure the applicant can go through in their presentation and note which request they may agree or not agree with staff, and the board will ultimately determine which variances may or may not be approved.
Thank you, Michael. Debbie?
Before we get started with the applicant's presentation, did we have any disclosures from the board members? Seeing none, I see Mr. Marrero is here on behalf of the applicant and Mr. Wolf.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair, members of the board and staff. Mickey Marrero from the law firm.
If you don't mind, may I swear you in before you and your team in before you begin?
Yep. And Mr. Wolf as well.
Is he on the line as well?
Yes, I am.
Good morning. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, so again, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff. Mickey Marrero with the law firm Burkhardt, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tappanis at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. With me on the line, as you all know, is our architect, Donald Wolf from Nichols Brosh Architects. First, I want to say thank you to staff for taking the time to review our modifications, and I want to thank the board for your input at the November meeting, which has resulted in what I believe is really great improvements and a really exciting project that we have before you. I'd like to just remind you of all of the discussions we had both in the October and November meeting, and really the focus of our discussion was on this sort of augmented reality. Well, at first, we had very little activation compared to what we have now. we introduced to you all in November this augmented reality activation concept, and it was very well received by the board. We're very happy with that. But you all did have some comments and wanted us to just go back to work and, make it a little better, make it a little bit more real, and have not just the virtual reality components, but some physical improvements on the perimeter of the site, both in hardscape and in elevation, to make this work even better. And, we're thrilled that staff agrees that we've now achieved that. And we hope that you all feel the same way. I'm going to let Dawn go into a little bit more detail in a minute about that, those improvements and the activation that we have before you. Before we do that, I just wanted to briefly discuss the variances that Debbie and Michael spoke about. We understand that they have to follow the, how they interpret the hardship criteria. I do believe that we've met that criteria, certainly as a practical difficulty. This use of an accessory ballroom and parking structure as an accessory to a hotel from the RM3 in an RM2 property is really a unique situation that was only permitted as a result of the code amendment that we obtained, through approval from the City Commission for this very project. It's a use and a structure that wasn't originally contemplated when the dimensional requirements and the setbacks of the RM2 district were created. With that, as you all know, and I know it's important to many of you all, we've made promises and commitments that we're going to use the parking structure here to address our employee parking that's been subsidized at the city parking lot just north of us. And we really are committed to do that. But although these setbacks appear to be, on paper, it looks like, just 5 feet here, 10 feet there. The impact is that you're losing significant amount of parking by bringing the building in, because it requires all kinds of changes to the core and the columns. So, and I'll conclude with this, but we would request some modifications to the staff report so that variances 4 and 5, 7 and 8, 12 and 13, and 16 be approved as requested. Those in particular, because those, and again, as Debbie mentioned, you have the pedestal, the subterranean, tower, and then of course the sum of sides. So it's really just a couple of requests, but each side has 2 or 3 components to it. So that's why it appears that there's a lot of variances. So for us to provide the parking that we've promised and really provide the use that we need here, we really do need those variances, and we think they're critical. With that, and I'll conclude with that at the end, I'd like to pass it over to Dawn. And PJ, if you could go to page 21 of our presentation. We included the whole set, but really we want to focus on the changes. So if you could pull up page 21 of our presentation, and I'd like Don to go through what his group has done to improve this virtual reality activation component of our project, and then of course answer any questions that you all may have, and hopefully get this approved today. We're very excited to move forward, and the timing is great, so we really want to get this moving. Thank you all. And Don?
Hey, good morning, board members, and thanks again for hearing us. Actually, I'd like to start with sheet number 13, just to give you a quick overview of the groundscape interactive experience. Aside from the Collins Avenue and Indian Creek terraces, which are basically exhibit terraces, assembly terraces activated at this ground level from the above pre-assembly spaces and ballroom spaces. What we wanted to do was to create an active public realm. And our strategy here was to basically use a 660-foot long interactive linear park with augmented reality technology. The building's ground level vertical walls, in addition to the landscape and hardscape, will make up the interactive canvas for the augmented reality experiences, which will focus on the iconic architecture, the designers and the visionary developers of the Morris Lapidus mid-20th century district. Walking or cycling visitors will find bike racks along the north facade below the proposed pedestrian bridge, as well as an interactive information kiosk at the northwest corner from which visitors can download the augmented reality technology to their iPhones or tablets to begin their immersive journey. If you can now go to sheet 41 of the presentation. It's all the way in the back. Shows a landscape plan. Here we go. So the landscape component of the interactive linear park provides an organic meandering pathway to various augmented reality experiences and event terraces. Shaded by live oaks, gumbo limbos, coconut, and queen palms. While the low and mid-level ground cover and hedges will provide a buffer to the multiple lanes of traffic along the east, north, and west edges of the site. So here you can see how lush we've created this promontory area of the site, between the various heavily trafficked areas of our proposed site here. If we go back to page 21 of the presentation. Here we see the north elevation and how we've activated. This was the most challenging due to across the street, there's loading docks. We really wanted to pay a lot of attention here. You can see above where the pedestrian bridge comes across. Below the bridge, we've activated it with bicycle racks and low planter walls and low landscaping. You can see the shade trees and how the kiosk to the right will inform visitors of the events to come. The unique augmented reality moments will be triggered by a combination of freestanding sculptures, inlaid bow-tie pavers within the sidewalk, as well as architectural QR codes in the form of mosaic tile patterns, stone pedestals, and wall placards integrated into buildings, facades, and geometric panels. If you go to sheet number 22, which begins to show some of the renderings we've done, this is one of the alcove spaces off of the sidewalk, which has a three-dimensional sculpture of Morris Lapidus. Augmented reality users can use the sculpture to trigger historic videos or historic narratives of Morris Lapidus' works in his life. Along the walls, there's also opportunities for mosaic tile patterns, which could also trigger be used as QR codes to trigger more augmented reality experiences, which would relate to the district. The next slide will also show how the sidewalk and pavers will be integrated into the project, similar to some of the design elements of the building itself. Here's a kiosk. We feel a kiosk as part of this experience is important. It would kind of be a starting point, if you will, for visitors to download technology onto their iPhones or apps. Again, this can be downsized in scale, but we would see it as a permanent interactive object, within the landscape, to be able to kind of give visitors a starting point, and focus in on what they're about to immerse themselves in with this experience. To the left is kind of the beginning of the north facade, bicycle racks underneath the bridge. We could even bring in some wall sconces to kind of create more of a room effect within the bridge. So all the architectural components are more diversified and also integrated into the hardscape and landscape. That's really kind of an overview of the added activation. Again, we see the groundscape, the landscape, and the actual lower walls of the architecture to become part of this 660-foot long experience. We're really excited about the opportunity here. It's a unique outdoor event space that can be curated and updated, with the help of the design district and its members, staff. We're really excited kind of to pay homage, to Morris Lapidus, and the mid-century historic design district with this addition to the architecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. And if I could just conclude, hopefully I have just a minute or two left. As Don said, we understand staff's concerned about the kiosk. And if the board feels strongly, we can certainly discuss it. But we did feel that a kiosk really does enhance the experience. So we would request that condition C1A be removed or at least modified to allow us to have a kiosk. If the board feels the size is too much or would like it moved somewhere else, we thought this location was really appropriate because of where it was and it wasn't really taken away from any other experience. But we can have that discussion. We do feel that it really does enhance the experience. And then as to the variances, and I provided Debbie with a
time is up.
Could I have one more minute, Mr. Chair?
Certainly.
Thank you. As to the variances, I won't go into the ones that we agree with staff, but in the prior two meetings and our discussions with you all, we went over these, and the board in those meetings didn't really have a concern about our requested variances. And I think we discussed how getting the parking that we've promised that we need is critical, and the variances are critical in order to get that parking, to address the employee parking concern that's so important to the union, that's so important to all of us, and also to get a meaningful project and ballroom space that can actually serve the hotel. It's critical to have these variances. And again, it's 4 and 5, 7 and 8, and 12 and 13 and 16. Those are the ones that staff wants, some sort of modification, but we would ask that they remain the same. The other ones, we agree with staff, and they've asked for some modifications, some to be removed. Those we can do without a major impact to the project. And then as to number 9, it's something that we can talk about. Number 9 results in the terrace, the outdoor terrace on the east side. We can remove that variance. It would result in that outdoor terrace, which is part of our activation, losing about 400 square feet in size. We think that it's a more meaningful activation, the size that we've requested. But again, if the board feels strongly, we can discuss that as well. That one doesn't affect the building itself, but it affects the terrace. And we really wanted to make the activation here as strong as possible. So with that, we really would ask for your approval today so we can move forward. We hope you all appreciate the progress that's been made here. And we'd love to hear your questions and your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you would like to open the public hearing, we do have Wendy Kalergis,
Certainly.
who would like to speak.
Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year to the members of the Miami Beach Historic Preservation Board. On behalf of the Greater Miami and the Beaches Hotel Association, we are so delighted to support the additional 5-story, 175,000 square foot building housing meeting and ballroom space. The current meeting space limitations with existing ballroom setup inhibits their ability to optimize group demand and overall occupancy, especially midweek where there's less leisure demand to fill the hotel. The Fontainebleau was built in 1954. The first building, as you know, was designed by Morris Lapidus, while the addition on the north, the Versailles Tower, built in 1959, was designed by Herbert Mathis. The hotel underwent an approximate $1 billion renovation and redevelopment in 2008. I remember that reopening event very well. It was fabulous. This next phase of renovation and expansion would allow for larger social events to include charitable, community-based galas and weddings, increasing opportunities for the local business community as well. What is currently a surface parking lot will be a ballroom expansion project that will generate a substantial increase in tax dollars to the city of Miami Beach and generate over 100 jobs. We hope you will join us in support of this amazing project. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you, Wendy.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Daniel Seraldo.
Yes, hello. Should I be sworn in?
Oh, Daniel, I was just finding the mute button. Hold on. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Okay, yes, thank you all. Happy New Year. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. We did not closely review this latest version of the project, and so our recommendation remained the same as we sent you all in an email the other day. For those who are watching who would also like to see our positions on today's meetings, they could view that on our website at mdpl.org. But I wanted to mention that the idea of the augmented reality and how that has evolved in this version from what I saw today looks very interesting. And I think it's something that we should commend the applicant for because it's almost like an outdoor museum. I'm not sure about the digital kiosk because there are concerns about that. And I don't know if the city has a way to limit what is displayed on there, if it could only be educational or if it might one day become a billboard. But finally, if I could have a tiny little extra time, I just noticed in the rendering that the passageway between the garage and the larger tower looks to be all glass on the outside. And I worry about how that will hold up maintenance-wise. Also, we're in a tropical climate with water, and I've seen a lot of times with the newer construction where things get stained very easily. And so I'd love to hear maybe from the architect how they'll manage the water issues if it's going to remain all glass. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Anybody else, Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I do not see any other members of the public wishing to speak at this time, so we can close the public hearing.
Okay. Let's close the public hearing and move on to board discussion. Who would like to be first?
Could I just ask?
Rick? Oh, sorry. Yes, Rick. Yes.
Yeah, Mickey read off the particular variances. I got most of them, but I wonder, could you reread those? I got 4, 5, 7, 8, and which others?
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Certainly.
Sure. Yeah, I said 4 and 5, 7, 8, 12, and 13. And those are, the reason I grouped those together is because one of them is the sum of sides, so they're a function of each other. And then 16 as well are the ones that we would ask that the board leave as is and not follow the staff recommendation. And then number 9 is the one that I discussed was, related to the outdoor terrace on the east side, which, it's not critical to the project, but we felt that to address the activation needs, the proposed outdoor terrace was a more meaningful activation than what it would be if we removed that variance. It would cut that outdoor terrace space about 30-40%. So again, if the board felt strongly one way or the other, that's we could proceed without that variance, but we thought it was a better product without it, with the variance. If you have any other questions, Rick, I'm happy to answer.
Thanks, Mickey.
Okay, appreciate it.
Okay. Who else would like to speak? Nancy.
Yes, I only have one comment. That billboard in the middle of the outdoor area, to me, looks tacky and commercial. The rest of the place looks beautiful. It really detracts. I know that the hotel probably has a purpose for it, but it's certainly not something that I believe should be in prime space as that. I have no other problem with the rest of the variances.
Thank you, Nancy. Kurt?
As I said the last time, I'm not really, the virtual activation to me, I'm not sold on the idea of that. But the landscaping and sort of transforming the space, I think there's been a lot of progress made in terms of public activation in that sort of a way, in terms of, creating interest with the bow ties and the additional landscaping, and those I'm very happy with. I'm on the fence with regard to the variances, so I'm interested in, I understand staff's point. I understand that they also want to maximize employee parking, and so I'm trying to find what the middle ground is where everyone can be served.
Thank you, Kurt. Max?
Thank you. At this point, the part that I'm hung up on, as well as with the variance for the that active liner, as I understand it, our decision isn't really about whether we like the augmented reality concept, but whether the practical difficulty and hardship criteria were met. Up until today, hadn't really seen an analysis or evidence about the lack of viability for that residential or commercial liner, just except to the applicant's avoidance of it, really. But there was something in the introductory remarks by Mickey that I was wondering, is that that active liner, is that something that was only triggered because of a text amendment for this site, or that would have been there anyway?
May I answer, Mr. Chair?
Certainly.
Yeah, the text amendment related to the use being allowed on the site. In the text amendment allowed for the ballroom and conference center uses are accessory to the main Fontainebleau Hotel, which is across the street in the RM3 district. In order to have those uses and this whole project in the RM2 district, it required a code amendment. Nothing about the code amendment addressed the liner or the activation. What we discussed in the prior hearings was that, again, we've had experience on this site, and there have been other projects nearby where residential and retail uses here we felt would have been failed uses and not the type of uses that really would have benefited the experience. So in our discussion, and I think what most of the board felt was a good solution last time, and now staff agrees, is that while we still need the variance, we believe that we're addressing it by activating it and achieving the intent of the code amendment, which was to activate, not to have blank facades. And here, there's just a great deal of activation and a great deal of inclusion of the public without having the traditional retail and commercial, which we feel strongly wouldn't work here. But we still activate. We still address the intent of the code, which was to keep people engaged with the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey.
Thanks. I think then maybe if that's just, I don't want to get hung up on procedural or overly technical. It's just, if we think that this approach, and if staff agree and the board agrees that that the augmented reality approach and the landscaping and the bike racks, that meets the objectives of the activation requirements, I don't think we would really need a variance for that. But if it's just a technical matter that we agree the objectives are met and that's the approach that we're comfortable going with, and I would be okay with that.
I think you said it perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry? Barry? Okay, Nancy?
I just have a question. I've asked the question before, but since I seem to think that we're finally coming to an end on this project, I just want to understand. We've been promised, it was the first question I asked the first day this project came, to be sure that the new parking is for the workforce. It is not for anybody else, or if they have a big party and they need. I just want to be assured that whatever goes on there, that parking stays for the workforce. That's one of the biggest problems over there. I'd like to hear again, since we haven't talked about it, I would just like to hear again, what are the penalties if they decide to just uproot, change, and start using the parking as they have used their parking over the many years, not for the employees?
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Sure.
Thank you. So, yeah, Nancy, absolutely. As I mentioned before, the planning board had the same concern, and we agreed to a condition in the planning board order that all the parking in this building would be used solely for employee parking. And in fact, variance number 16 relates to that because it's a variance regarding the movement of the columns, and that's typically a variance that the board or the DRB have waived in the past when you have employee or valet parking only. Since you're not bringing the public in there, you don't, the few inches on a column doesn't really make a big difference. With regard to how you can further address it, we're happy to proffer the same condition that's in the planning board order to this order. If staff's okay with it, we have no issue at all. And the consequence would be, if we were to violate that condition, you could bring us back and nullify the order. The same with the planning board. The planning board, we actually have to go back after 6 months as a progress report. So if we weren't following our promise, they would have the right to revoke our order. If it was a condition to your order, you would have the same right. So we've made that promise from day one. We put it in a condition. I'm happy to offer it as a condition to this order. And I mean, I guess that's the control you would have. If we violate that condition, you could bring us back and nullify the order.
All right. I would like to see the HP board add that to the order when it's finalized. We need a vote.
If I could just respond to Mr. Marrero, and we appreciate the proffer. The caveat there would be if a full building permit is issued, the board would not be allowed or have the authority to revoke a building permit. So while you could modify certain conditions in the historic preservation order, you wouldn't be able to modify whatever building permit was issued. That is just not something in our authority. So I just wanted to make that clear. When we say revoke the order, it would be very challenging to revoke an entire order once the building was constructed and permitted.
Whose authority is this?
To revoke a building permit is the only person that can do that is the city's building official, but only under very limited circumstances. For example, if there was fraud or if there was something illegal happening with that permit approval.
I have another idea,
But
Debbie.
because it's governed by the state of Florida, the Florida Building Code, it's not something that we can say you have to tear down your building now or your building permit is no longer valid. That's the difference between the planning board. The planning board is not looking at the physical building as much as they are the conditional use. So the planning board has more authority to revoke certain types of uses within the space. It's a condition that's better suited for the planning board order, but I think if we can just eliminate some language about the board would have the authority to revoke, then I would be more comfortable with including that condition.
I would be comfortable with whatever we can do to ensure that that happens. How many years, for years, as far as I can remember, there was never parking for their staff, maybe for their upper staff, but there was never, ever. I knew people who had to travel on buses for 2 hours to get there. So I feel that this is the moment in time when, as much as we can do to ensure that that parking that we have approved to be built be for the working force.
And what a condition like that would give the authority to do is that if they were violating that condition of the Historic Preservation Board order, that would be a code violation. So code compliance could issue a violation for the HPB order, and they could, work with the special master in the city to take care of that. But in terms of revocation, that's the only concern I would have.
Well, at least we'll do our best shot to get it as far as we can. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Nancy. Let's see. Barry? Okay, moving right along. Rick? Scott?
Sorry, I'm here, Jack. I was just trying to unmute. So I think I recognize the improvement that's happened at the sidewalk level. The landscape plan, I really appreciate. It's good to see. Although it was missing from our package, we don't have a 101A, but I did see it in the online presentation. So I'm really happy about that. As far as the variances, the subterranean ones, it's hard to judge, right? Like that stuff's underground. It's hard for me to have an opinion on it. I don't know where the impact would be. But I would ask Mike and Debbie about the pedestal and tower setbacks. I mean, these setbacks, they're reduced so much. I mean, basically like the length of a car. and so, as Mickey said, to respect those setbacks means like greatly reducing the number of cars that this is going to be able to park. So from the city's point of view, if you guys are recommending denial, it sounds to me like you're suggesting that it's okay to go forward with this parking garage or with this building with less parking. And I'm curious to know, is that right?
Rick, can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes.
So in terms of the parking, the parking does comply substantially with the setback requirements, for the subterranean setback requirements. So our recommendation for complying with the pedestal setbacks would not reduce the parking garage area. The only portion that would be reduced, and Mickey's agreed to this, is the elimination of 5 parking spaces at the first underground level facing Collins. So our recommendation is only it only results in elimination or reduction of those 5 parking spaces. The rest of the garage complies with the requirements. What we're recommending is that the pedestal on the south side comply with the requirements. I mean, it is substantial. It's like 17 or so feet that they would have to set the building back above the ground. But, our analysis is based upon, this is a residential multifamily zoning district. It's not a commercial district. So we have to keep that in mind in making our recommendation. If this was a commercial district, it would be different. So we are concerned about, retaining a certain amount of landscaping. And I do know, their plans do call out for a garden promenade on the south side of the building. But it's important to note, if you look at the plans closely, that's on the neighboring property. There is no access point, from east to west on this property on the south, except on the property of the southern neighbor. So I do understand their concern. It would result in a reduction of the ballroom space above and some redesign. But that's I think where the big difference is now, whether or not the pedestal and accordingly the tower should be set back the additional 17 feet to comply with the side setback requirements. We do understand that we are supportive of the variance request for the tower setback to follow the pedestal, because that results in no loss of landscaping. So we do think that is reasonable. We did evaluate these variances in terms of what would have a minimal impact on the parking provided and a minimal impact on the landscaping.
Mr. Chair, if we could respond, because I need Don to explain how that's not exactly, and I appreciate Michael's explanation, but it's not just, we're not talking about 2 buildings here. By bringing in the setback above ground, we're bringing in the core of the building, we're bringing in columns, and it does have a material impact on all of the parking. In addition, of course, to significantly reducing the ballroom space that cuts away at it so much that it makes the project, doesn't make a lot of sense to do it because it's so small. But I'd like Don to respond to the setbacks, because they did a pretty detailed analysis on what the impact would be. And without these variances, we're talking about between 50 and 60 spaces at a minimum would be lost because of the changes to the building. Don, if you could just respond to Michael's comments, please.
Yeah. In looking at that setback, which is very significant from the south, besides the parking loss that would happen below grade, it significantly, hurts the functioning of the loading facilities at the ground level as well. I mean, that was one of the most important aspects of this design, was to try to maintain all the self-supporting loading and servicing of these ballrooms from within our pedestal. We have our service elevators, activating and supporting all the ballroom spaces above. So we felt, by bringing in all that loading off the streets, and maintaining, workforce parking within this project would benefit the city and the environment greatly. Also, all that landscaping, within the residual space between the adjacent building to the south and our building would be replanted, obviously, after construction of this building and enhanced. We could provide, low green vines and growth along that lower wall section. And the space, residual space is going to be about 20 feet wide. And in this context, the building spaces east and west between the hotels, to the east, average about that same width or less. So, we're still maintaining the visual separation, and the view corridors, that exist currently in this historic district. So, we feel that, we need to maintain the project as designed, to create, a successful project, within this district. We want to maintain, as many cars as we can. And there's really no room for any movement, to take that south wall where we have it and move it north.
And just one.
I could just offer one last recommendation. Maybe this would help, mitigate. If the board agreed, to those variances for the south side setback, if they could take that corresponding landscaping area that's lost and put that on the rooftop with the true green roof, with a substantial planter depth to allow substantial trees and landscaping, for that equivalent area at the roof deck, wherever they can fit it. That I think would be at a minimum, would help mitigate that south side setback variance.
And one other point as to Michael's comments, and I think we can agree to that solution Michael's proposed, by the way, bringing landscaping to the roof. I think that might be a great place to end up. But Michael mentioned that the reason that they recommended against some of these variances was because we're in a multifamily district, and I understand that. And maybe if we were surrounded by residential buildings, this would be a different discussion, or we wouldn't have done this project. But the reality is, to our south is a garage, to our west is Indian Creek Waterway, to our north is our own hotel, and to our east is other hotels, Soho House and some other hotel properties. So while we are in a multifamily district, we're not surrounded by any multifamily, just some of the units in our own building. So this really isn't a true representation of how we would treat a residential multifamily use. We are a commercial use surrounded by other commercial uses. So I think that even though it is an RM2, in reality, because of the code amendment, as I mentioned before, we should be treated as a commercial. So we're not protecting any residents from these setbacks.
But in terms of, you're right, Mickey, a hotel is treated for zoning purposes as a residential use. So that's where we're coming from. When I say residential, I mean residential and hotel. And our concern is just maintaining the amount of landscaping, and green space and, the trees and natural landscaping as benefits for the air and for the overall environment. So,
Michael,
and then
we can agree to your proposal.
And the code amendment was basically to allow this use, which would otherwise not be permitted. So I do think that there are a lot of mitigating factors, and we are supportive of, most of the variance requests. So I do think that, if the board agrees to that south side setback, if you could accommodate, especially with the amount of new construction on the site, the equivalent amount of landscape area at the rooftop.
We could do that. I just conferred with my client. I think that would be a fine solution. I think the bottom line is, as much as we put into this design and this concept, at the end of the day, this started as a requirement to have more ballroom space to serve the hotel. That's where this all started. That's how we went to the commission. That's how we went to the planning board. If in addition to the parking, which as Don explained, we would lose a significant amount of spaces. If we lose so much of that ballroom space, we end up not being able to achieve what we started to achieve in the first place, which was making a use that would support the hotel and enhance the district and enhance, the Fontainebleau. So we're fine with your proposed compromise, Michael. If the board can support the variances and allow us to proceed with this project, we can agree to put that commensurate amount of landscaping on the roof, which would address, some resiliency concerns and provide that relief. So I think it's a good proposal on your end.
Thank you, Mickey. We need to move on.
I have a question.
Nancy?
I couldn't quite follow all of that discussion because it got into too many things. But I do realize that if something happens, it's going to reduce the parking. Is that correct? I'm talking about the underground parking that we have approved. And
yes.
So can you please tell me how much parking will be lost to have something? I don't understand what the difference was that brought it to this point. Because I haven't heard that before.
I'll defer to Don, but in their analysis that we did before, when we saw the staff report, if we brought in all the variances requested by staff, we would lose somewhere between 50 and 60 parking spaces, which is a material impact to what we've.
All right, but what would you get in return? Let's say we all agreed to that. What would happen to the 60? I understand the 60 parking spaces would disappear, but for what purpose? To make what? A bigger ballroom? I mean, I'm sensing it was for a bigger ballroom.
No. If we lose the parking spaces, it just means the building is smaller. So we have less parking spaces and less ballroom. It just makes the building more compact. So what we're proposing, based on Michael's suggestion, is bringing the landscaping that they'd like to see onto the roof. That way, we can have all the parking that we've promised and the ballrooms that we've designed as needed, and then also provide the landscaping. So I think where we ended up, Nancy, was a compromise where we get the variances that we need, but mitigate that by putting the landscaping on the roof. That way we have all the parking and all the necessary ballroom space that we've already, basically the exact project you've seen.
Why is that's what threw me. Why are we talking about the roof with landscaping when you're talking about the underground parking, whatever?
It's just,
where is the connect?
It's just because of making the building, because I guess what Michael's saying, if we don't have the variances, the building will be smaller. So we could provide more landscaping on the ground. So the compromise is we'll take that landscaping, put it on the roof. So for a resiliency standpoint, we're addressing a green roof and a resilient property. Does that make sense?
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Does anyone else have something to add? Kurt.
Yeah, I don't understand. I want to understand there's a disconnect in what I'm hearing with Michael saying that there would be a minimal amount of employee parking lost, and Mickey, you're saying 60 some spaces, and B, in terms of serving to benefit a multifamily neighborhood, I'm also a little bit confused at how rooftop landscaping does that as opposed to, landscaping space at the ground level where it's actually appreciated by a neighborhood. I just want to understand. I wanted to ask for a little bit of clarification on those two things.
Yeah, we're already providing a significant amount of landscaping around the property. So there is going to be a lot of landscaping and activation and hardscape throughout the building. But the additional landscape that would be provided, Michael's saying, from a sustainability and resiliency standpoint, it helps, for the urban island effect and all that stuff, it helps to have landscaping instead of a concrete roof. So we're mitigating the potential impact by putting that landscaping on the roof. So we're still having all the landscaping we've shown you on the ground level. We're not taking that away. We're just also adding it to the roof. And if Don wants to, and then as to the difference in the spaces, I'd like Don just to clarify that again, because they did a pretty detailed analysis. Don?
If we move that, we're going to be losing a significant amount of spaces, on the south end of the south side of the garage, because we've double stacked those as well down below grade, and also to the east. So there are quite a few spaces that we'll be losing, but just as significant, what's affected if we move that wall to the north is we're going to be impacting our loading docks, our mechanical, and service elevators and exiting stairs, all that will have to move. And then what it really affects is the proper functioning of the servicing of this facility. Because there's going to be quite a significant a service requirement to this project, and we've worked hard at providing all of this within the confines of our pedestal, and then obviously then activating around the perimeter of it. So it's really imperative to kind of maintain that south wall where we have it, or else a significant amount of this design will be affected.
Right. So it's not just the direct spaces you lose on that side. It's also the domino effect of having to move around the loading and the servicing, taking spaces away from those areas. So it's not a simple move one line. It's only X spaces. It's that coupled with all the, they did an analysis, and I don't want to bore you with it for 2 hours, but of what would happen if we brought it all in as proposed. And if we did that, it just would have a domino effect on the loading, the core, the elevator, the columns, and it would end up with I think it was 56 or 57 less spaces, and that's just the reality.
Thank you, Mickey. Is anyone else, Scott?
Yeah, I heard about that landscaping, moving it to the roof. I mean, I do agree that I don't think it helps too much with basically the experience at the ground level. I don't know what can be done. I mean, I'm not terribly opposed to that south side variances. And I understand that that's a parking garage to the south, but I don't know what could be done. I mean, I think you said it's still a 20-foot wide corridor there. And obviously most of that's on the, below, that property belongs to the building to the south. I don't know, maybe you can get with them and somehow, enhance that area a little bit more, which may compensate somewhat for your building being built pretty much on the property line. As far as the south side variance, that's my opinion. The others, I think the subterranean ones, I think Rick mentioned, they are underground, and I'm sure there are reasons to have those variances, but really doesn't affect the experience above grade. One thing I want to mention is when we talked about this last time, I guess I was under the impression that the requirement to have an active use on the ground floor. You had mentioned the augmented reality, and I guess I was under the impression you were going to come back with a more of a physical change to the ground level elevations, instead of just sort of enhancing the augmented reality. My concern with that is, that's going to be somewhat of a not a complicated, but a technical system that when it breaks, and it may not get fixed right away, and it's just going to sit there and not really have much use. I know you made a few minor changes to the physical experience there, but I don't know. I'd still like to see a little bit more. It's not something that I would torpedo the project for, but I would have liked to see a little bit more changes, permanent changes, physical changes on the ground level. So that's.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else? I don't think there's anyone else. Okay, my take on this is I appreciate all that the architect and the owner has tried to do, and I think it's a spectacular project. I think that we might have an issue with it, with the the signage on that corner. But if you look, I've walked that area now twice, and I'm for granting the variances, because if you look around that site, almost everything is sidewalk to sidewalk. I mean, this is a very, very dense area. It's like a New York City area. And I just don't understand why the planning office would I hate to use the word quibble, but quibble about 20 feet of greenery when the purpose of that building is to bring activity and to make the Fontainebleau more attractive to business. And that's very important. The idea of a green space around the building and what's happening on the sidewalk is great. And I agree with Scott that it would be nice if there was more activity planned there. But this is a special case. It was made special by the commission. And in this case, I agree with the commission. I think these people have gone out of their way to try to be cooperative. And I think that they should get the variances they're asking for because they have no material effect on the surrounding buildings, really. They planted greenery. They proposed greenery on the roof. Other than take away their right of development on the interior for the parking spaces and the size of the ballroom, that's why the project was approved to begin with. And I don't think we should go there. I think it's an excellent project and it should be approved as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Could I just say one thing as to what we've offered, just so it's clear to the board?
Sure.
I just want to clarify. So we're as Nancy asked, we're happy to offer a condition in addition to the one in the planning board order that we would maintain the parking as employee parking. If there's more that we did go into that, we're happy to do it, but we are absolutely committed. We said it from the beginning. As to Michael's compromise on the roof, we can agree to that condition as well. I think it would mitigate, the desire of having more landscaping. So, and it's not just landscaping that would be for sustainability purposes, but folks in any upper floors, it's better to look at a green roof than a concrete roof. So I think there are some good benefits. And I just want to say, and I really appreciate Jack's comments as well. At the end of the day, as Jack mentioned, this started off with a real need to have more ballroom space. In addition to the parking, which we've talked about in a great deal, if we bring in these setbacks as proposed by staff, we don't have ballroom spaces we can rent out. They're already substandard, but we can work with them. If they go in, we're talking about losing 2,500 square feet of ballroom space. We can't rent them. So then it ends up being that there's no project. All these other great things, the design, the activation, are a product of us having to have ballroom space. And if we can't have ballroom space we can rent, we're kind of left with nothing. So we think it's a unique project. We think it's a unique property. My client is incredibly excited to move forward. We would ask that you all give us a chance to go forward with this project. We think you'll all be very proud of the product and really create something really special at this corner of the historic district, not only with the design of the project itself, but with the experiences that we're creating on the activation. We just ask that you approve us today with our requested variances as modified by what I said in the beginning, and give us a chance to make this work. We think it's going to be really, really a special project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Debbie, can we formulate a motion that has the approval of your suggested approval of your variances? And
sure. We will need two motions, one for the certificate of appropriateness, and then the second motion for the variances. I would request that we go, we take them individually so we can talk about the certificate of appropriateness, which is the least technical of the motions you'll be making today. The conditions that staff has placed in the order include the removal of that digital kiosk. The applicant was asking to maintain that as part of the plan. So I think, if the board wants to make a motion on the certificate of appropriateness, at this point, from what I've heard, that's the only condition for the C of A that's in question.
Are we ready for a motion?
Nancy? I think so. Okay. And this is for the certificate of appropriateness.
Right. So I would move the certificate of appropriateness without the, what did you call it? The billboard.
The digital kiosk.
Right. Without that. And with all, the variances go next, right? Not on this one.
Correct. We'll talk about the variances in the next right. Motion.
So my motion is to approve.
You're back on mute, Nancy.
Her motion was to approve the C of A.
I'll second her motion.
Okay, Mr. Pascal, second. I'm gonna do a roll call here. Mr. Needleman,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Litt,
Yes.
Mr. Klein,
Yes. Sorry, I was muted.
Mr. Pascal,
Yes.
Ms. Liebman,
Yes.
and Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, so
And
the
Debbie,
certificate of
before we go on-
appropriateness was approved. Jason,
we
did
go
you
on-
have? Sure.
Can you clarify the motion, because I think there was a little bit of either lag or someone was muted. So were there any conditions attached to the motion?
Yes.
Staff's conditions.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so we can move on to the variances. And I believe from what I've heard from the board, that variances number 5 and 6, which deal with the south side subterranean and some of the side yards subterranean, 7 and 8, which deal with the south side pedestal and some of the side yards pedestal, and 12 and 13, which are the tower, south side, and some of the sides tower. So those 6 variances are all related to the building on the south side and the resulting sum of the side yards. That's what I heard most discussion on regarding the variances. The applicant is requesting to keep those variances as currently presented. Staff had other recommendations, but from the conversation it heard, it seems like the board is inclined to actually approve those as presented, with the condition that that landscape area that will be lost on the south side be mitigated as a green roof structure at the roof level, clearly.
And Debbie, can I
Yes.
offer a suggested condition on that?
Sure.
So I did a quick calculation. The area is about 3,000 square feet. So I'd like the condition, if the board is going to approve the variances, to state a green roof, including sufficient soil depth where required to support larger canopy shade trees, and a minimum area of 3,000 square feet shall be provided in a manner to be reviewed and approved by staff.
How did that get in there? I hadn't heard that at all. Michael.
Yes, we talked about that excessively in terms of with the variance for the south side setback. There's no room for landscaping on the south side of the site. So the applicants agreed to take the landscaping that would be required south of the building and put it on the roof.
Michael, if I could just jump in, since we haven't had a chance to do that calculation, we agree to the condition, but can you make it a little bit more broad, with an area to be approved by staff, so we can just make sure that
I want to get the area. No, so Mickey, the property line along the south is 215 feet. Minus 20 feet for both fronts results in a length of 175 feet times the required setback of 16.25 feet results in 2,850 square feet. So I rounded that up to 3,000 square feet.
The thing is, and again, I think we'll end up in the same place, Michael. I just would rather have the condition.
Can you guys do the calculation now? Because I really think we need to have that number versus having a more generic one, since it's very easy to do.
Right. And then the other point is the entire 3,000. Well, we'll have some areas, with the soil depth for large trees. It may not be that, just because from an engineering standpoint.
No,
the
of
whole
course.
area may
Of
not
course,
be
yeah.
Okay. I just want to make that
of course,
clear.
yes.
Okay. As long as it's clear that some of the area can have the soil depth and not all of it, because I think
yes,
the mechanical issues.
That's on record. Yes.
Don, are you comfortable with that approximate area as Michael has calculated it?
Yeah, we're fine with it.
Okay, and then just one other point. Debbie got all the variances correct. Just variance 16, we really didn't talk about. That one relates to the columns and the parking. Since it's all valet and employee parking, we don't have the public coming in here. That's a variance we've typically asked for. It just creates a technical and engineering issue for us to have that column where without the variance. So that variance has no impact on the outside of the building. It's just an internal column. And since it's all valet and employee parking, we don't think it impacts anyone. So we would ask variance 16 be approved as well. And otherwise, the ones Debbie said were correct.
And thank you, Mickey. Also, there was a comment regarding variance number 9. The applicant has agreed to staff's recommended modifications to number 9. However, they're still asking the board to consider the plans as presented, which impact that terrace area. That is part of their active use. So they are requesting to keep the full size of the terrace instead of cutting it back a few hundred square feet.
And again, that doesn't impact our building, so it's not a quote unquote project killer, but we think it's a better product with the requested variance. Up to the board, we'll proceed either way, but we do think the activation is more meaningful as proposed. Thank you.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure, Rick.
So as I recall, some of these terraces were only for the use of people visiting the ballroom and not for the public on the sidewalk. Could you remind us as to, is this going to be activated by who, the public or guests of the ballrooms?
Don, if you could address that.
Guests of the ballrooms.
So if it's encroaching this much, is there any way this could be made available to the public so that people along the sidewalk who are experiencing this new green zone can enter that and just limit access when there's a function going on?
I think that's
that's
kind of an ownership.
I don't think and Rick, unfortunately, that these are just program spaces, so there's a whole host of issues with just leaving them open. So, if that's critical to your supporting the variance, then we just can't agree to that because we'll have so little control. These are areas that we're going to have people renting on a regular basis. So we can't just have them open because it will cause all sorts of operational issues.
Jack?
Yes, ma'am.
One question.
Sure.
Is the billboard out of that terrace or is that still in there? I brought it up, but I didn't hear if anybody was opposed to it. I just want to know if it's still involved.
Were we talking about are you talking about the kiosk or I don't understand the question.
There's a billboard. That's what it looks like to me out on the terrace.
There was never meant to be a billboard on the terrace.
What's that big board? It's a standalone billboard. That's all I can describe it as.
I mean, we can agree that there won't be a billboard.
No, there's going to be no billboards on these terraces.
Okay, then if we go, I can't find it again in all of this, but there definitely is. Did no one else see a billboard? I'm calling it a billboard because that's what it looks like to me. I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, their presentation today included a number of drawings that we don't have, Nancy. So it might have flashed by, but we don't have it in front of us.
Okay. So, Jet.
There will be no billboards on these terraces?
No, but there's something there that is resembling it in the middle of that walkway, that wide walkway.
Nancy, what are you looking? What sheet are you on? Are you looking at the plan?
Don't ask me that because I haven't. It's all buried again.
Where are you seeing the billboard type structure?
I have to look through all this.
Or did you see it in their presentation?
I believe she's referring to the kiosk, which appeared in a rendering in their presentation, but which is not part of the package we have in front of us.
Right. So that, Nancy, we had removed the kiosk from the certificate of appropriateness. So they are not currently permitted. That has nothing to do with the variance. That didn't require a variance, but that has been removed by the board, that aspect.
Okay. When was it removed? Today?
During the approval of the certificate of appropriateness. It was staff's recommended condition and the board adopted staff's recommended condition to eliminate that. Okay, so that's clear now. We have variances 4, 5, 7, 8, 12, and 13, which are specific to the south side and some of the side yards for the subterranean tower and pedestal. We have variance 16, which is specific to the drive aisle and the columns in the drive aisle. Then we have variance 9, which is the outdoor active terrace encroaching into the setback. So I think we would be open to a motion. And remember, we do have 2 conditions that I've heard. The condition Michael Belush wrote in regarding the mitigation of the south side variances to add a green roof of approximately 3,000 square feet with a soil depth to accommodate shade trees where feasible. We can put in, and then we had a condition proffered by the applicant that will say the parking shall be for the use of Fontainebleau Hotel employees.
Correct.
So if someone wants to formulate a motion, I can also walk you through it if you're not quite sure about the modifications to the variances that we just went over.
Who would like to tackle that?
Debbie wants to tackle that. Let her make the motion.
I'm not permitted to make the motion, but I'm here to assist.
Nick's a good motion person.
No, it's so complicated.
I know.
And there's so many.
I can suggest a motion from what I've heard.
Okay. You're chosen.
A motion to approve the variances as recommended by staff with the following changes. Variances 4, 5, 7, 8, 12, and 13 shall be approved with the condition that the approximately 3,000 square foot landscape area that will be lost on the south side due to the variance shall be relocated as a green roof to the roof level and shall incorporate soil depths that can accommodate shade trees where feasible. And that can be reviewed by the planning department staff. Then we have variance 16, which is the drive aisle variance, and it appears that the board is inclined to modify that to approve that as proposed. The additional condition that the applicant proffers to use the parking for Fontainebleau Hotel employee parking. The last potential modification would be variance number 9, which is the terrace. I have not heard any strong feelings. What we could do is we could take the motion for the other variances and then table variance number 9 and talk about that separately, if that kind of simplifies the discussion for you.
Can I interject? I'm happy to move it based on what Debbie said. I just want a little clarification. When you say where feasible, we're going to at least get something in the way of shade trees, right?
I think that's a good point. I think that's a good point. I
mean, can we say a minimum of?
Well, Kirk, what I can say is that we will definitely, have some. It's something that came up today, and I need our engineers to look at where it's possible and how it's going to impact mechanical components of the building. So when I say where feasible, it could be a significant portion of it, but we'll have to convince staff where it's not feasible. But we can clarify that there'll be some shade trees, and otherwise where feasible. However,
what is some? Is some 3 or more?
I don't know yet. Don, can you speak to that? Some level of technical knowledge.
Well, I mean, it's again, we haven't dug too deep into the engineering, but we have long spans we have to deal with, for these ballrooms. We need some further study, but I mean, we can, an approximate range, possibly.
What I want is not to hear back that you just decided it was infeasible and we got nothing except for grass. You know what I mean?
How about this?
No, we'll be able to provide. We'll be able to provide some shade up there via landscaping, but I can't commit at this point in the design process, to say that it's going to be entirely, 5 foot deep, 6 foot deep planters up there. So I think a range, maybe 10% or say something like that, where we can go deeper planters.
Can I suggest? I think we should leave the condition open. I think we understand what the board wants. Staff is going to be looking for, a substantial amount of area for shade trees, and if it's to the point where staff does not feel it satisfies the intent of what the condition is, we would tell them that the applicant would have to come back to the board to modify that condition. So I think leaving it open, since we don't have the design now, I think staff is comfortable with the condition that Debbie read.
And we understand the board's direction, and we understand your concerns, Kirk. We want to make sure that we address it.
Okay, so I'll move it with that in mind.
And I'll second it.
Okay, we've had a motion. It's moved and seconded.
I will call the roll. Mr. Needleman.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. The only remaining variance that was not part of that motion is variance number 9, which is the staff is recommending that the applicant reduce the projection of the terrace to comply with the allowable encroachments. And the applicant is asking the board to consider maintaining the terrace as presented.
So I'd like to chime in. This terrace looks on paper like a public space, but it's not. And the board's been very generous, I think, with granting variances. And I have a hard time understanding why we need a variance here, particularly where the sidewalk is at its narrowest. From all 3 sides around the block, this is where the sidewalk pinches the most, and maybe where the public realm would benefit the most from having a wider sidewalk. It's in front of the, busiest hotel around there. So I don't see the justification for it.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Anyone else? Max?
Which page is the terrace on? I'm actually having a hard time visualizing it.
It's on A101, the site plan.
Thank you.
Or ground level floor plan.
And again, Rick, we understand, your point, and we do appreciate the board working with us on all these other issues. Again, this one wasn't one that would stop the project. We still get the ballroom space we need, but at the end of the day, we really wanted to have, and again, the activation is for guests of the hotel, but we do think it's going to be used quite regularly, and it's just an amenity that we think will activate the site a little bit more. We think it's better, but it really, if you're not comfortable with it, we understand. We do think it will improve the activation and the look of the project. I don't know if Don has any more to add to this point.
Oh, I think we're open for a motion from the board to accept staff's recommendations to deny this variance or to allow it.
Do we have a motion, please, from someone?
If I move it, it would be based on supporting staff's recommendation. In my mind, same as Rick, if it's not public space, I don't really see it as active engagement the way it's being presented. So unless somebody wants to make a motion in favor and give it a shot, my vote would be in favor of staff's recommendation of denial.
Okay, is that a motion?
It's a motion from my part.
Okay, that's a motion to accept staff's recommendation to deny the variance.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Lopez. I will call the roll. Mr. Needleman?
Yes is to deny the variance, correct?
Correct.
So, yes.
Mr. Licht?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
And Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passed, and that particular variance number 9 was denied. And that concludes this particular application. Thank you, Mickey and Don. Appreciate
Thank you all
your
very
time.
much.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate all the time you all have taken into
Yes.
this project. We hope to bring you something that you'll all be very proud of. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Debbie, what's next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next application on the agenda today is HPB file 20-0389. This is 3425 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness. Specifically with this particular application, the applicant is requesting modifications to the Versailles Hotel, the contributing building, including the final design of the north, south, and east elevations of the new eastern extension, final design of the porte cochere and rooftop addition, and modifications to the ground level north facade with a small one-story ground level addition at the east side of the building.
Point of order, Debbie, please, if I may. I'd like to ask Jason a question because this point has been confusing me since these projects, these two projects, one of which we're looking at today, are, in my mind, intricately connected, although they've been separated by the owner. My question to the attorney is there a mechanism if a board required it or asked for it for a old approval for a certificate of appropriateness or for a project be denied? In other words, if a project has been approved in the years in the past and the situation has changed in our mind significantly, can we retract an approval?
So Debbie, go ahead.
If you look at the staff report, and I think that, Jack, your question's a really good one. We've outlined the extensive history of this particular site in terms of the approvals. So the initial certificate of appropriateness that was issued by this board back in 2000, and it started in 2011, and then in the 2015 approval, the applicant actually obtained a building permit. So that certificate of appropriateness cannot be revoked or recalled or modified whatsoever because they have obtained a building permit. The subsequent certificate of appropriateness is that this board has approved that have not obtained a building permit. The board, and Jason will correct me if I'm wrong, I believe at this point, since they are coming in to request additional modifications to that approval, that there is a little bit of flexibility with the board to modify some of the conditions that were previously imposed as part of something that has not received a building permit at this point.
And I agree with
so
Debbie's
yes, Jason, please.
No, I agree with that, with your analysis on that, especially once a building permit has been issued. I think the board has deference to make certain modifications to an existing certificate of appropriateness. However, once there's an issuance of a building permit, I think that's outside of the hands of the board at this point. However, I still think it's within the jurisdiction to make certain modifications to the current certificate of appropriateness at issue at hand in this application.
But okay, thank you. That doesn't quite answer my question. I guess I didn't ask it properly. What is the length of duration of a building permit?
It's subject to the Florida Building Code and the building official. So the Florida Building Code, I believe, allows for 6-month extensions throughout the lifetime of the building permit. So there is no expiration date that we could give you. It depends on their progress. It also depends on whether any extensions or automatic extensions are granted for a state of emergency or other circumstance that the state, sees fit. So a building permit is not something we can give you an expiration date. A certificate of appropriateness, the orders issued by this board that have not yet received a building permit, they have an 18-month period for their activation. During that 18 months or right after that 18 months, the applicant is also eligible to obtain extensions. There are extensions that this board grants, and this board can grant up to a 12-month extension above that 18 months. And then there are also state of emergency extensions that are an automatic extension if the applicant should avail themselves of that. And that has been taking place with COVID. It took place previously with certain tropical system storms that have come through Florida. So it gets rather complicated. If there's a specific certificate of appropriateness, Jack, that you're concerned about and would like to modify, I think that might be more helpful to get a more direct answer.
Well, I can't do that at this time, but let me use as an example. If one was issued, let's say 5 or 6 years ago, and nothing has been done to implement the building permit, you said it can be renewed. Yeah.
The certificate of appropriateness issued by this board from the city would expire in 5 or 6 years. The maximum amount of time that you could keep your certificate of appropriateness alive through the city would be 2 years and 6 months. Now, there are other extensions that are issued through the state of Florida that supersede this board's authority for extensions. But so if a certificate of appropriateness was issued and no building permit was obtained within 5 or 6 years, we would need proof from the applicant that they received an authorized state extension that keeps it alive past the 2 years or whatever this board had granted for the time period.
Okay, thank you. Moving right along. Okay.
Okay, I forgot where I.
20,
so I think I read the application into the record. So we're at HPB 20-0389 today. We are going to be looking at the specific issue of the historic contributing building. There are a few other portions of this project. However, this particular application is limited to the historic portion. This is previously continued by the board. The board had approved in concept the rooftop addition as well as the eastern extension, but had asked the applicant to return to the board with the final design and details, which are wholly under the board's jurisdiction at this point. Those were presented to the board at the November meeting. And at the November meeting, the board had issued some very specific comments to the applicant and continue the item in order to give the applicant additional time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just briefly go through the differences between the plans you saw in November and the plans we're seeing today.
Excuse me, disclosures? You want to do disclosures?
Let me read this into the record, and then before we do the public comment, we can do disclosures. So with regard to the eastern extension, the design has been modified in terms of the corner windows. Those have been further developed in a manner more consistent with the historic window openings. They are no longer curved glass, which was a major concern of some members of the public as well as the board, and are currently at a 90-degree angle, which staff believes is much more consistent with the original Versailles design. The balcony guardrails, which were also a point of a significant discussion, have been further developed. They have significantly reduced the amount of glass within these railings and have introduced a 12-inch metal panel at the bottom, which is a solid material, which much more closely relates to the punctured masonry Roy France design. The railings are also no longer proposed to extend down to cover the balcony slab face. Additionally, 6-inch diameter columns have been introduced at the balcony edge to reinforce the verticality of the original Roy France design. Staff is appreciative of this effort, but we did note that we believe that the proportions of the columns are too slight as currently proposed to make that vertical emphasis perceptible. So we are asking for those columns to be slightly increased. The rooftop addition has been further refined. Again, they have eliminated the storefront windows and have introduced additional masonry. Modifications to that ground level north facade. This was discussed at a much less intensity at the last hearing, but the applicant has refined this. They have shifted the restaurant entrance approximately 20 feet to the east. This will allow the reintroduction of some of the original windows, so staff is supportive of that. We did have some minor comments with regard to the awning entry feature. I believe the applicant is going to present some proposed changes that may address staff's comments today. Overall, we are supportive of the application. We do believe that these changes collectively create a more compatible structure with the original design, and we are recommending approval subject to the conditions outlined in our draft order. And that is all I have. I believe the applicant.
And before we do that, do we have any ex parte disclosures?
Yes, I had discussions with the building's owner. Anyone else? Seeing none, I guess that's the only one. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the applicant is has prepared a presentation that they are going to give you this morning. If they could raise their hand.
And once the full applicant team is on, I will swear them in.
I believe the applicant is Aman Versailles. I believe that is the
Aman, you're live. Aman, are you on mute? Hello, good morning, Stephen. You're on mute. Are you part of this discussion item?
Yeah, I'm a member of the public. I'm not with the group.
Okay, just give me one moment. When they open it up for public discussion, we'll go ahead and take your comments, okay?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good morning, Stephen. Are you part of this discussion item? Stephen, you're on
No,
mute.
I'm just a member of the public. I'm not with the group. I have my public comment, but that's it. I'm not the developer.
Okay. Once the chair opens it up for public comment, we'll make sure you'll be able to participate in there. So just give me one moment here. Okay, if you're here to present on this item, please click the raise your hand icon. If you're here to present on this item, please click the raise your hand icon. Aman?
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're okay? So we have, this is Nisan Kasdan and Luis Revuelta. I think you are going to first swear us in.
Yes.
And then we'll make our presentation.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
We do.
Okay. Good morning. Nisan Kasdan, representing the Ackerman, representing the applicant. And I will turn this over to Luis Revuelta, who's the architect of record. As Debbie pointed out, back in June, this board approved extension of the floor slabs and the historic Versailles Hotel to the east to allow a larger room size to accommodate adequate hotel room size for the Aman Hotel and terraces, or balconies, I should say. And we were to come back to the board with the proposed design for that facade, as well as for the rooftop addition. Luis has spent a significant amount of time in response and developing these options. So I'd like to turn it over to Luis to walk you through those. And then we would also ask a few minutes as well at the end to provide you with other information.
Good morning. This is Luis Revuelta, architect of record for the Aman project. It's going to be the fourth Aman in the USA, and we hope to make it one of the best Aman resorts in the world. Do we have, Matt, the graphics? Will they start coming up?
Can you please pull up the graphics we provide? Yeah.
Well, the graphics are being pulled up. Just a few important reminders. We had a meeting early January last year, which actually went very well. And we presented the project originally. We reminded everybody that the project, as we discussed, was previously approved, has a building permit. It had balconies and with some glass, and a rooftop addition that was approved. What we explained at that special meeting to the board is that we, upon ourselves, wanted to reconstruct the Gulfstream restaurant that had been previously demolished or approved to be demolished. That we are restoring the whole structure of the Versailles, not just repairing it as the previous approval, and that we are reconstructing the historic roof stair elements that had disappeared, and we were going to ask for the deletion of certain elements that were approved by the previous approval that were not desirable to us, and I don't believe to staff. We then explained that we would be presenting a core configuration, expanding the plate by 8 feet, extending the terraces in the back, and adding a 35th Street entrance to the restaurant. The outcome was actually very nice. I remember that there was clapping and a desire to vote. Debbie explained that the board could not vote. This was a special discussion item. And I actually had a hard time explaining to my client later on that these meetings with the Historic Preservation Board were not as easy and wonderful as this meeting was, and I had never been actually applauded at the end of a presentation. The second meeting was a little bit different. We explained the philosophy behind the expansion and the extension for the Aman brand. We identified key elements on the Roy Friends design of both the west facade and the east facade. He has a very interesting rhythm of layering the facade that creates a geometric modulation in 3 dimensions that accents the verticality of the building, and it's a great juxtaposition with a fenestration that is more horizontal. The building is very elegant, and his slenderness, it's great, and we use this as an inspiration and a tribute in our design that we explained, because the configuration of the plate and the balconies that we're proposing actually it's practically the same modulation of the geometry that Roy Friends implemented in both the east and the west.
with a desire to be compatible and uniform with the historic structure. The comments at that time at the second meeting was that there was more details needed, less glass on the east. We needed better renderings, and we needed a better context integration with the historical facade. At that meeting, though, we obtained the approval of the expansion of the plate for 8 feet, the terraces extensions, the core definition, and certain roof elements, and the stairs reconstruction. At our third meeting, which was our previous meeting when we got the perk, the comments that we received were that still there was too much glass on the railings, that we had to reduce the glass on the previously approved rooftop extension because there was too much glass. We needed to square the windows, as Debbie mentioned, and we needed to reduce the proportions on the 35th Street restaurant entrance portico on the north side of the building. The outcome was a deferral, and I want to remind everybody that in this, at this instance, we reduced actually the plate expansion to 6 feet. We reduced it by 2 feet from the 8 to 6 that we had previously requested. In this meeting, what I want to point out.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
It would be good to have the floor plan. Yeah. This is kind of a repetition of what I just verbalized. As Debbie mentioned, we have square the corners on the northeast and the southeast of the building, which is the plate expansion. We have reduced the amount of glass in the railings by 48%, almost 50%, by creating a banding effect on the balconies that picks up the header of the historic windows and the sill of the historic windows. So in essence, the balcony rhythm now, not only in floor plan,
next slide, please.
In a vertical manner,
next slide.
Pays tribute to the design of Roy Franz, but it creates a uniformity with the historic penetration of the building, the headers and the windows. We added, as Debbie mentioned, 2 vertical elements, and we have agreed to increase those vertical elements in the center from 6 to 8 inches. Somebody mentioned, and we did agree, that one of the elements of design of Roy Franz, this building and Art Deco, is that a lot of times you have a center piece that creates a verticality at an exclamation point in the center of the facades. We believe that we're doing this in a sophisticated way, not literally, but on the east facade now you have, and when you see the renderings, this vignette really doesn't show the effect that these 2 elements have, but we believe that one is a good suggestion, and we have agreed to increase the size of those vertical elements. We reduced by 30% the glass on the rooftop extension, or previously approved, by taking out the transom panel, which is about 3 feet, and you'll see that on some vignettes that will be coming up. So we acknowledge and comply with that request. And lastly, we reduced the proportions of the 35th Street portico entrance to the restaurant at grade level. Debbie and some members of the board had mentioned that would be important, not to compete with the Gulfstream, the construction and the crown molding that addition has.
Walk them through the slides.
Tell them to move the slide. At this point, if we can bring the side-by-side.
Next slide.
Yeah, next slide. One more.
A7.
Thank you.
What you see on the left is what was submitted on our previous approval in November. The building did have a lightness because of the glass, because of the brand requirements. We understand the concerns that the staff, the board, and MDPL have. And after many internal meetings, we have agreed to acquiesce and change the design of the balconies, as you can see on the right-hand side, which now have a substantial amount of more a solid appearance. Like I said, the reduction of the balcony railing was from 45 to 50%. And we've added this vertical element that I believe now create an accent in the center of the building that in a way it's a tribute to what happens on the west and what used to happen on the east before in a more solid manner. You can see the rooftop extension previously approved. We're requesting a bit of extension to that rooftop addition, but we've reduced the amount of glass substantially. So if you can go to the next slides, I think, or you can go to A8, you begin to see now vignettes. This is the previously submitted in November. The next slide is what we're proposing now. You can see the vertical elements, and you can see now that the banding effect on the balconies picks up the fenestration of the historic building. You also can see here that the corners of the building, the northeast and the southeast, are squared or round. And I believe, having done and reacted to all of these comments from the board, from staff, and from MDPL, I think that, and I hope that we've been able to achieve a good compromise that it's a win for all in terms of quality and still maintaining the brand standards that are required. Can you go to the next slide? This essentially reiterates that we produce the amount of glass in the rooftop addition and the glass in the balconies. The next slide. This is a vignette showing the balcony, the differences in the detail of the balcony, how the balconies have now substantially less glass. Next slide.
Also the rooftop.
And the rooftop, you can see here the rooftop. And I actually thought that we had a before and after, because this graphic represents now the reduced amount of glass. It's practically 30%. We took the whole transom panel of the glasses of the rooftop restaurant. We took them off, and right now you only have glass in a more proportionate fashion. Next. Square the corners of the glass. We talked about that. We saw that in the vignette. Next.
And that shows it.
This shows the difference between the round windows that we had originally proposed and the square windows that we're now implementing and acknowledging. There will be the mullions in the windows will be historically correct. We're working, of course, as you know, with Richard Eisenbottle, who is here with us, and Richard office and our office have been working very hard together in trying to make sure that we have uniformity and cohesiveness and respect for the historic structure and the design of our friends.
Next slide.
Next. This is now the north entrance canopy. I'm not sure that we have it before and after, but if we do, this is what was presented before. As you can see, the portico and the elements are higher in this and are close to the crown molding of the Gulfstream dining room, which we are reconstructing. This was not requested by anybody. This was basically our own initiative and the client initiative to do this. And the next slide. And as you can see now, the proportions of the portico change, which are more in keeping and respectful to the ground molding and the Gulfstream dining room. We're still lining up the top of the architrave of the canopy with the adjacent windows and the Gulfstream dining room windows. And the client feels that he can accept this reduction in height to accomplish greater compatibility. Next.
Mr. Chairman, 10 minutes have expired.
We grant them 5 more minutes. They've got a lot more to show. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And again, we're closing with the comparison of what was presented before and the result of the redesign and reacting to the comments that we have received. I really hope that you guys find that we have made a very wholehearted effort to try to react and be sensitive to the comments that we have received. And I think that the product will be something that not only our client, but the city of Miami Beach can be proud of.
Next slide. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to reserve a few minutes to respond to comments that we may receive. Also, there were a number of people who were neighboring resident property owner associations and others that were scheduled to speak, but this was taken, the Fountain Blue was taken ahead of this, so I may want to introduce their letters if they are not able to be heard from. So thank you for the opportunity.
That's fine. Thank you. Are you finished your presentation now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Let's move on, Debbie, to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did we already do disclosures?
Yes, I just,
Okay. We do have public comment. The first speaker is Craig Robbins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Mr. Robbins, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. So thank you so much for doing this. The benefit of having been on the line since 9:30 when this matter was supposed to be heard is I got to see you all in action, and I'm happy as a citizen of Miami Beach that you're doing such a good job representing all of us. As you know, I've not spoken before this board in many years. In thinking of coming today, I remembered probably around 1987 when I was standing in front of the Senator Hotel on Miami Beach, which a group decided to demolish to build a parking lot. And at the time, I actually remember, and I know Nancy Liebman, who's with us, also remembers this very well, Barbara Capitman standing in front of the demolition trucks. And, you know, it was a very emotional moment. And I actually thought, you know, these guys own all these buildings. Why shouldn't they be able to tear one down? Well, from that moment that the Senator Hotel was down, I became a preservationist. And as some of you know, went on to develop probably the largest portfolio of historical properties in South Beach. While we're not active now, we own the Netherland, the Tides, the Cavalier, Cardozo, Carlisle, Leslie, the Victor. We developed the Marlin, the Webster, a dozen buildings south of Fifth Street, buildings on Lincoln Road. We developed the north side of Espanola Way. A big part of my heritage and formation as a business person was advocating for historic preservation. And I have no real agenda in this. I'm not a partner or don't plan to have any involvement whatsoever. But in the last couple of years, some of the public officials and other community leaders have been reaching out to me because there's a general consensus that the beach has somewhat declined and is not prospering as much as many of the other neighborhoods in Miami. And, you know, very often they've asked if I have any advice or suggestions. And that's really what inspired me to come and speak to you all today, because I'm very familiar with Aman Resorts and I've watched this issue from a distance very carefully. And sometimes we get so focused on the small issues that we don't look at the big issues. And to me, the big issue is that this is probably the most important project that is currently contemplated that I know of in Miami Beach. It is one that can change the trend. It is a completely out of the box kind of thing. It's super high end. And as a preservationist, I still believe that we need to build a community. And part of building a community is that when someone really knows what they're doing and they're going to do something great, I think we have to give a little bit of latitude. And so while I'm not speaking about any specific issue here, I wanted to come to you all today and let you know that two things. One,
Mr. Chair, the time has expired.
Is it okay if I conclude?
Certainly.
Thank you. I apologize. I haven't done this in a long time. I want to tell you two things. One, that this is a potential game changer for the city. And secondly, when you're making these decisions, be somewhat deferential to understanding that Aman knows what they need to do in order to succeed. And what we don't want to do as a community is require things that actually either make them not go forward or fail. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robbins. Moving right along, Debbie.
Our next speaker is Tom Stern.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Good morning, Chairman Finglass and distinguished members of the Historic Preservation
Mr. Stern,
Board.
may I swear you in before you begin?
Yes, sure. I'm sorry.
You swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone. My name is Thomas Stern, and I'm president of the board of Faena House, located at 3315 Collins Avenue, directly south of the Versailles Hotel and proposed Aman development. Our leadership, as you know, listened intently to your concerns voiced on November 10th regarding the prior iteration of the Versailles Hotel design and renovation. While obviously not experts in historic preservation, we shared with our residents your highly constructive suggestions to the developer. Having had an opportunity to review the revised design in detail prior to today's meeting, it is evident that the developers addressed every concern with creative, thoughtful, and purposeful modifications. Their substantial revisions have resulted in what we view as an even better design and one we at Faena House are excited by. If approved as modified, the Versailles Hotel, branded as part of Aman Resorts, will have a profound and positive impact on the Faena District, the Collins Waterfront Historic District, and Miami Beach broadly. The development will bring to the community a truly world-class project and one that we at Faena House will be proud to have as our neighbor. The preservation and extensive restoration of the Versailles Hotel is long overdue. We are confident the developer is fully committed to recreating the Versailles structure and always true to the Art Deco era. Clearly, little expense is being spared here. The Aman Hotel and Residences is the final component, if not the capstone, of the revitalization of the Faena District, and we strongly believe that it is in the public interest. We at Faena House and residents throughout the neighborhood have been living nearby an empty shell for far too many years. It is time to bring this landmark back to life. We urge you to approve the developer's application for the Versailles restoration and urge them to begin construction as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stern. Debbie, anyone else?
Our next speaker is Mitch Novick.
Good morning. I just unmuted myself.
Mr. Novick, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, of course. My concern has to do, of course, once again with the reintroduction of renowned artist Jack Stewart's Apollo mural. I didn't see any verbiage in the staff report, nor did the applicant make any reference to it. As for the project, I am wholeheartedly in support of the restored Versailles Hotel, and I look forward to the next component when that returns. But again, my concern has to do with the mural. The developer has repeatedly proffered that will be reintroduced either on this site or somewhere in the city for the public to once again study and appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Anyone else, Debbie?
Yes, our next speaker is Vanessa Grout.
Morning.
Good morning, Vanessa. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I am president of Oco Real Estate, affiliated with the developer. I would like to quickly read a few letters of support from neighboring condo boards. We just received these letters this morning. The first letter is from Ken Gorin, the president of Beach House 8 Condominium Association. I am writing on behalf of the Beach House 8 Condominium Association, located at 3651 Collins Avenue. We are in full support of 3425 Collins Avenue LLC's plans to redevelop the property located at 3425 Collins Avenue, commonly known as the Versailles property. This redevelopment would restore the now abandoned historic Versailles building as an ultra-luxury Aman hotel and construct a new high-end Aman residences condominium building on a portion of the Versailles property that was already approved for a condominium building. The project will contain amenities, including 2 restaurants, which will be highly beneficial to our neighborhood. Aman is one of the top hotel brands in the world, and the proposed Aman Hotel and Residences will significantly enhance the quality of the Mid-Beach neighborhood, resulting in substantially enhanced property values, which will benefit the city of Miami Beach. Our view is shared by our neighboring condominium associations, the Caribbean Condominium Association, located at 3737 Collins Avenue, and the Mosaic on the Beach Condominium Association, located at 3801 Collins Avenue, which are also supporting the project. Our association therefore strongly endorses and supports the proposed Aman Hotel and Residences project as designed. If you'll allow, the next letter that I have to read is from the Caribbean Condominium Association, President Jim Richmond. And he writes, I am writing on behalf of the Caribbean Condominium Association located at 3737 Collins Avenue. We are in full support of 3425 Collins Avenue LLC's plans to redevelop the property located at 3425 Collins Avenue. This redevelopment would restore the now abandoned historic Versailles building as an ultra-luxury Aman hotel and construct a new high-end Aman Residences condominium building on a portion of the Versailles property that has already been approved for a condominium building. The project will contain amenities, including 2 restaurants, which will be highly beneficial to our neighborhood. Aman is one of the top hotel brands in the world, and the proposed Aman Hotel and Residences will significantly enhance the quality of the Mid-Beach neighborhood, resulting in substantially enhanced property values, which will benefit the city of Miami Beach. Our view is shared by our neighboring condominium associations, the Beach House 8 and the Mosaic on the Beach Condominium Association, located at 3108 Collins Avenue, which are also supporting the project. Our association therefore strongly endorses and supports the proposed Aman Hotel project as designed. And in the interest of time, we have a third letter from Nancy Ladd, who is president of the Mosaic on the Beach Condominium Association, also strongly endorsing our project and supporting the proposed Aman Hotel and Residences project as designed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is John Stewart.
And John, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you, Jason. And I just want to say Happy New Year to everyone. Jack, Rick, Kurt, Scott.
Happy New Year to you.
Max, and Nancy, of course, and David, who took my place so ably over the past these past few months. Anyway, I'm just...
miss you.
Well, I miss you too, but I see what great work you're doing. And I just wanted to let you know, I'm kind of weighing in on this project because I don't know if Debbie will certainly remember when I was a junior member of the Historic Preservation Board in 2014. This was one of the first projects to come before us. And it was, at that time, it was it was a monster. It was like I call it my big special friend. And it had so many challenges and so many things and kind of going for it and so many so much potential. And I just want to say that I think that where we are now and this big special friends kind of still following us through and where you guys have been able to take this with the architect and with the developer, the kind of detail that you were looking at. I think Craig mentioned the way, being impressed by the, the everyday work that you do and of looking closely at things. And I've been impressed by what I've seen today and what I've seen at other meetings I occasionally am able to watch. So I just want to say where this project is today, I think with the kind of the east facade being transformed kind of back into a more volumetric, a more solid kind of east facade with the changes to the porte cochere, with the other kind of modifications to the rooftop that I know you guys have been insisting on, and I just want to say I really appreciate it. You guys are doing great work here, and I think this project is at the perfect point to be approved, and I fully support it. And there are lots of reasons, obviously the big reasons, but I think you guys are really focused, as you should be, on the preservation of this building, and it's at a great moment right now. So I wanted to congratulate you and to support the staff's recommendations for these for this project.
Thank you. You are and always will be our best friend and supporter. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Our next speaker is Wendy Kalergis.
And Wendy, do you swear that any
sorry.
testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely. So hello again. On behalf of the Greater Miami and the Beaches Hotel Association, we wanted to congratulate Miami Beach to be selected as one of the few cities in the world with an Aman hotel. Aman has a proud history of delivering transformative properties which are respectful of their physical surroundings and the history and culture of their communities, including 13 resorts bordering UNESCO World Heritage Sites, making the brand a great fit for Miami Beach. The Aman is a luxury brand that correlates nicely with our Forbes Travel Guide hospitality training in partnership with the Miami Beach Visitor and Convention Authority. Our partner, Lourdes Hanlon, Vice President, Partner Services, Florida, Caribbean, Mexico, Central and South America, writes, Forbes Travel Guide is a global authority in the luxury hospitality industry and independently selects and evaluates qualified properties for the opportunity to earn a recommended 4-star or 5-star rating. All ratings are earned upon the merit of the quality of the facility and the performance of the staff. A rating cannot be bought or influenced, and as such, Forbes Travel Guide is regarded as the most stringent set of standards in the industry. A hotel that earns a Forbes Travel Guide star rating is considered to be one of the finest properties in the world. Based on the destinations it covers, Forbes Travel Guide proudly features 13 Aman hotels and resorts properties on its list. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Daniel Seraldo.
Hello.
Daniel, good morning. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you. And Mr. Chair, Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. I think I could get through this on the record in 4 minutes, if that's okay.
Fine.
Thank you. Okay, so it's been a great discussion. And so MDPL's primary concern is for the proper stewardship of the iconic Roy France Versailles Art Deco skyscraper and its resuscitation from years of unfortunate decline, in spite of a project already having been fully approved for its restoration years ago. In addition, the iconic Art Deco skyline that has brought Miami Beach economic resiliency must be properly protected, including its scale and postcard perfect context. We understand the Aman Hotel's high brand profile and their desire to add balconies to the eastern facade to meet their needs. Although MDPL did oppose adding such balconies originally, we recognize now that the Historic Preservation Board, the majority of that board is supportive of the balconies. So we understand, but at the same time, we agree with the sentiment of the members of the board that the prior proposed mostly glass balconies did not comply with the Secretary of Interior standards for Certificate of Appropriateness. Since the meeting, the architects and Aman have listened to your feedback and our feedback, and the latest version of the proposed renovation and restoration plan has improved in regard to the design language of the balconies proposed along the eastern facade. A reduction in glass is welcome, as is this increase in stucco aluminum solid articulation, which feels more compatible, like what John Stewart said, with the original massing of the concrete design of the building. We do, of course, want to state that this shouldn't be considered a precedent that any building that's Art Deco can have balconies added on. It's really all about doing it appropriately and within context. We're also very thankful that the applicant really went point by point after a couple heated meetings at the board, at the HP board, but they've now gone point by point, for example, retaining the existing corner angle of the north and southeast facades. This is more authentic than the prior proposed introduction of a curved facade. And of course, Miami Beach is all about authenticity. We're not the design district. We're not brand new architecture. We have a legacy and a stewardship to uphold. And so we thank you for doing that. Obviously, we're thrilled with the possibility of the Versailles to have new life again, in spite of too many years of delay and the looming threat of demolition by neglect. Any project approval should include a requirement that the restoration of the historic Versailles be substantially completed before the construction of the new tower. As for the new tower, we look forward to seeing its updated design, which will hopefully incorporate the constructive feedback of this board as well as our comments. And finally, we'd like to ensure that the promises made regarding the restoration of the historic Jack Stewart mural are written into the final order as a proffer, and that the restoration of that mural be substantially completed and tied to the restoration of the historic building. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Daniel, for your insightful comments. Debbie, anyone else?
Our next speaker is Stephen Gombinski.
Good morning and Happy New Year.
Good morning, Stephen. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you have given this proceeding is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm the president of Lincoln Road Business Improvement District and own 900 Lincoln Road, which I restored several years ago to its historic 1925 storefront as an exact reproduction with the great help of Debbie Tackett, and I thank her again for that help. I reside 3 blocks from the Amman Project at the Caribbean Condominium, which, like the Amman Project, has a historic hotel building and a new tower. I'm the treasurer of the Caribbean Condominium Association, and as you've heard, our association, along with our neighbors, the Mosaic and Beach House 8 condominiums, all strongly support full approval of the Amman Project as redesigned under staff's guidance. The historic facade building, which will be beautifully restored under the Amman Project, is currently an eyesore. The abandoned construction site is not only visually displeasing, but is an uncomfortable place to walk by at night. The Amman Project provides a unique opportunity to restore the beautiful Versailles building in a manner that could not be accomplished with a lesser developer and a smaller project. The project will provide significant amenities to its neighbor, including our condominium associations, and will greatly enhance the economy of the city of Miami Beach with a world-class hotel and condominium project. I strongly urge you to please approve this important and beautiful project as redesigned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Debbie.
Our next speaker is Charlotte Tomic.
Charlotte?
Hi. Yes, I'm here.
Good afternoon, actually. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you've given this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Charlotte Tomic, a board member of the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association. The MBNA is in full support of this project. We have not received any rejections to the project, quite the opposite. Out of 52 members, we are all happy with how the developer has taken into account the modifications that you and the community have suggested. And the project is definitely needed in the community. And on behalf of MBNA, I ask you to move the project forward.
Thank you very much. Debbie?
I see no other members of the public wishing to speak at this time, so you can close the public hearing.
Therefore, we move to close public comment and open it to board discussion. Since I always go last, I'd like to go first this one time. I fully support the restoration of the historic Versailles Hotel. And I would very much like to commend the owner, Mr. Dronin, for all the work that he and his architects have done. They have listened to the HPB, and I think they've gone a great way to make this project as good a project as can be. There are little things, of course, there always will be, that people may disagree with as far as the restoration is concerned, but I would like to hear the other board members with their comments, because I'm very pleased with what we see now as opposed to various points in the past. We really need to move forward with this to make sure the building is restored, protected, and used for the benefit of all in Miami Beach. Thank you. Who would like to go first? Barry, you look like you want to go.
Okay. I agree, and what comes to my mind with this over and over, thinking about the project, is compromise. I think a great, I think they've done a good job in hearing us, compromising, and I think, I think we could get a little better. I think that I'm never going to be 100% happy with everything. So I would move forward with it. My only thing is that I would like, if we can, in the motion, to restrict the issuance of a building permit based on the Stewart mural relocation being resolved and secured. I don't want to be in a situation where that doesn't happen. I don't, as in, I've seen a couple times where I even fought against Tom Mooney once and unfortunately prevailed, where a demo permit was issued prior to new building permit in North Beach, and that was a mistake. And Tom was absolutely correct on that we shouldn't have done that. And so in the same light, I would ask for that when the motion, if the motion is made, for that to be included. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Who would like to go next? Scott?
Yeah. As was said, I mean, this project's been here a number of times, and this is one of those times where the applicant has really listened to what we recommended and addressed all the points. Jack, you said it, we're not going to be happy with every little detail, but I think in terms of what they're presenting today, I think they really tried to listen to what we suggested and incorporate those ideas into their new design. And it's a good project. It's something we all hope they move forward with as soon as possible. As long as I've been on this board, we've had this something in the Faina district come our way. Hopefully this one will now be able to move forward. I think overall it is a good project. And I do like Barry's idea that, we somehow don't leave that mural issue just hanging out there. We kind of, if we do pass a motion, that somehow we address that in our motion. So I'm interested to hear how we may go about doing that, but his idea was a good one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Nancy.
Yes, I feel very happy today. We've had so many bad meetings and disagreeable suggestions, and I just feel so good today that we are going to support this. And I think that we should compliment also Revelta. Revelta should be complimented. He put himself through it and came back finally with a great solution for that east side. The one thing I have to say, I agree with everybody that we need the sign, but I don't think it should be connected to this building. I think it should become an issue that we put on the agenda, since this is a historic piece of signage. I'd like to have it as a discussion so that we can bring it forth, but I would not like to put it as a requirement that's going to hold up the project. So that's all. I'm just very happy today with what we're doing.
Thank you, Nancy. Kirk?
So we've talked about the Versailles so many times and for so long. It almost feels like our little fledgling baby in the nest at this point. You know, looking at this building, you know, over and over again, I mean, just the structure itself is such a treasure for Miami Beach. And every time, you know, we've had a discussion or proposal in front of us, symmetry, you know, it's just elegance. It's sublime. It's a sublime example of Miami Beach Art Deco. And so you can't blame us I can't blame myself for wanting to strive for perfection. I want to say that, you know, in the initial discussions with the applicant, and we were discussing the floor plate, you know, I was thinking we go with the floor plate, and based on the expanded space, you know, that we would have the leeway to actually expect perfection. And I sort of realized that, you know, is probably not realistic on my part. I've struggled a little bit with the rooftop addition. I mean, you know, I've struggled with wanting it to be a perfect representation of what it historically was and how it was historically designed. That said, Mr. Revuelta has come before us with a lot of different projects, and he's a great architect. I'm actually surprised as this project has moved through the discussions at the current application and with the current changes. I see a lot of respect and deference in the current proposal to the Roy France design. And I think that's, you know, I would consider that as an architect to be a hard thing to do. And I really commend him on where we are with this. I'm not sure what else to say. I mean, I'm excited to see this project move forward. I think we're in a place where everybody has put a lot into it, and we've gotten to a great space. You know, again, with the glass box, I think we're in a good space. I think have done as well as we possibly can with it. It's not going to go away. I think it looks as nice and respectful and compatible as it possibly can. With the horizontal banding, which is another major change, I think we've come a really, really long way. The only area where I'm hung up, which would come up with, is no surprise to anyone, is with the materiality being aluminum panels versus masonry. Of course, I'm a purist in that regard and would have loved to see those be masonry. But other than that, I'm actually really excited. I am genuinely excited to see this move forward and to see the results. I do want to touch on the Jack Stewart mural as well, because, you know, we still have two separate projects that are before the board. And we discussed this as part of the proposed tower to the south. And the way I see it, two things. It seems to me staff made the recommendation, and it seems like there's a lot more leeway to try to and expect to incorporate it within that section of the site. I could be wrong, and staff could correct me, or the applicant could. And B, everything in me wants to move forward with the Versailles. And so to put a condition that would hold back the Versailles from being renovated is something, unless it's really, really warranted. I for sure want to see the Jack Stewart mural restored somewhere on the site, but I would be very reluctant to want to hold up the restoration of the Versailles. Thank you. And congratulations, you guys did a great job. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kirk. Max?
Thanks. I can be very brief. I'm supportive of the project that we have before us. I think we can track the improvement over time, and it's ended up in a good place. Picking up on something that Kirk just mentioned, my overall concern is just with the segmentation of the project, that it's there's more than just what we're looking at today, and we catch little glimmers of what's outside of the scope of what's before us, like in the landscape plan, for example. But I know that's our support today. There's still work to be done on this, so we'll be seeing our friends on this project again. But for the scope that's before us today, I'm supportive. Thanks.
Thank you, Max. Next is Rick.
Thanks, Jack. I thought it was great to hear from the members of the community today. So thank you for taking the time to share your opinions with us. It means a lot. Also wanted to thank Mr. Revuelta for an excellent presentation. Clearly, showing great restraint in design and making this thing work and maintaining the integrity of the Roy France building. I think it's that east facade is looking great. So congratulations to you. I do have a question, maybe for you, Mr. Revuelta or Mr. Kasdan. As been mentioned, we've got these two projects. We're seeing them independently, but they share, of course, the same developer. They're tied together. Their success and their finances are tied together. And I know that there are still some issues to be worked out on the residential tower. One of the concerns there was how close that new residential tower gets to the hotel, to the Versailles Hotel. And I had previously noticed how close the Versailles Hotel seems to sit on the south property line. But I'm looking at the current survey that's part of the package here, dated just a couple of months ago, and it shows that the property extends south to the parking lot, which is to say that the residential tower will come onto here. And my question is about whether these two buildings will be on two separate properties and if there will be adequate side setbacks between the two. And I'm sorry for referencing a different project, but as I said, they're inextricably linked. But in the last presentation of the residential tower, it appeared that the Versailles Hotel was sitting right on a property line with zero side setback, which I think contributes to the closeness of the two buildings. And so I wonder if someone could answer, it looks like it's one property here, but when we see the other project, it looks like it's two properties missing a side setback.
I can respond just in a technical basis. So the property consists of 4 lots. There are actually 4 lots within the property. However, it is one single property. So the setbacks are treated as if it were one property. So it only has the street facing setback on the sides. It does not have any setbacks internal to the lots.
Yeah.
If they were to create 2 separate parcels, that would require an extensive lot split application. So even though it's currently multiple lots, they can't break them off. So this will be, and the FAR and the setbacks have all been calculated with it as one property. It will be in perpetuity one parcel. But it is confusing because I believe it is 4 separate lots.
So thank you, Debbie. So to that end, I think that the residential tower will benefit from having an additional setback from the Versailles Hotel for the sake of the Versailles Hotel. And I know that's not, we're not talking about this project necessarily, because I think this project's going forward today, and I'm super happy with everything that has been developed here. But I wanted to mention it since we have, some of the same parties on the line. I think there's a consideration there, and I think it's an important consideration, the space between those two buildings.
Mr. Lopez Nissen-Kasdan here. We are coming back in February with a presentation, a revised presentation on the residential building, which those issues will be dealt with. Mr. Revolta, you want to talk?
Hi, Rick. This is Luis. Happy New Year to all the board members. I'm sorry for not having said that at the beginning. So lots of health and lots of happiness. I was so concerned about my speech and speaking fast that I did not properly say hi to everybody. So thank you, Nancy, and thank you, Kirk, and thank you and all the members of the board for the nice comments. I have to say that it's been a team effort. Richard Heisenbottles and our team have been working very, very closely in trying to do the best we could, as you know, to please a whole bunch of people, which is hard to do and design, as some of the architects in the board know. I believe what you will see, Rick, on the future submittal is that we have managed to maintain our building, the building that you will see, farther away, not by much, but farther away from the Versailles than the previous approval. And needless to say, the other approvals over the years that were right smack behind the east side of the Versailles, I spearheaded, fought with the developer, with Vlad, since the very beginning, that this building had to be narrow on Collins and wide on the east side. And we have to move it as much as we could to the east, working with the Saxony condominiums, because I believe that by the time this project is finished, both buildings, the Versailles will be seen as close as it was in 1945, just because of the view corridors that we're creating. And as you know, life is not an elevation. Life is a continuum, and we're constantly moving. And I believe that when you walk and you drive north of Collins, the geometry of the building and the way that we've been able to site it and shape it, it's going to be the most respectful answer. There's no ideal answer, right? There's no perfect answer. But I think that this geometry that we have of the building that you're going to see is going to be the most respectful to the Versailles. So the south side of the Versailles, the north side, and the west are going to be practically identical, again, with the help of Richard working together with us, as it was in 1945. And the only thing that's going to change is the east. And I think together, as working with you guys, the city and DPL, we're coming up with a great solution on the east side.
Mr. Chair, at the appropriate time, I have one tweak on one condition. I want to let you finish your board comment.
Okay, thank you. We have one more. We're finished. We're finished our person by person board discussion. So, Debbie, yes.
I just two quick comments. One with regard to the Jack Stewart mural. So I want to reassure everyone who's concerned about this that the city has not forgotten about the mural. Quite the opposite. We are continuously, as late as yesterday, talking about the mural internally. We will also be reaching out to the applicant again to discuss some options. The mural was approved by the previous board to be removed as part of the demolition of the 1955 South Addition. A full building permit was issued for that. So that has been removed from the site, and the applicant had, on his own behalf, stored the mural because there was some concern amongst the community of the loss of this mosaic piece of art. The applicant with this current project had requested a text amendment to the ordinance, which gave relief in terms of setbacks. It also provided the applicant with additional height. As part of that approval process for the ordinance, and it was really specific to the new tower, granting the additional height and the relief on the setbacks, the applicant has proffered. They proffered two things. First was the resiliency components, which are the introduction of injection wells throughout the neighborhood. And the second, they had proffered to reintroduce the mural at a location of the city's choosing. So that has been tied, and it will be part of the final consolidated order of this board, to the new tower, because the new tower is what the applicant had requested certain modifications to the development regulations for. And that's what one of his proffers in order to obtain those development regulations was this mural. So I would ask, and again, and I also wouldn't feel comfortable right now because we're not exactly sure where this mural is going to end up, but we are working on it, and we hope to bring back something more specific next month when we look at the revised new tower design. I would strongly recommend that it be connected to the new tower design, which is what the applicant got all the additional development rights for. So that I just wanted to give you some background on the mural. The second very brief point I want to make is regarding the north side dining room entrance, restaurant entrance. The presentation included a modification to the proportions of that entry. So the applicant, staff had recommended in our draft order that top portion actually be removed from the entry. The applicant has presented an alternative which would actually lower the entire entry feature itself, which staff believes is actually probably even a better solution as to what we were recommending. So I would request that when there is a motion that condition K under the architectural conditions be modified to be consistent with what was part of the presentation today, not what the staff recommendation was.
Okay, that's a good idea, Debbie.
May I respond to something that was just said?
Sure.
My only concern of, we have two projects and we're only looking at one today. And who knows what happens. So I think we have a chance here to sort of doubly tie that the mural gets resolved. If the new tower doesn't happen, there's no teeth in having the mural located somewhere. If the mural gets located based on this project, then it's a moot point for the other project. Additionally, I don't see us, if there's true cooperation between the city and the developer, the mural will get relocated before this project receives a full building permit. Their design is just being approved now. They have months to resolve that and work with the city for a resolution. I don't see that my offer to tie a building permit to this as being a burden to them. I don't see it holding up their permit. So I would hope that.
Chairman,
May I
address that? Mr. Chair,
Sorry, who's trying to speak?
I'm trying to
This is
speak.
Nancy.
All right. Somebody else is speaking, but I'll speak.
Well, you have the floor, Nancy. They have not been recognized.
Thank you. I can look at the fact that, yes, let's tie the mural to the new building, but I don't think it would be gracious of this board to tie the mural to the existing historic building that has been made into a very successful icon and something we can be proud of. I think if you want to tie it to something, tie it to the other building, but not to this one.
Thank you, Nancy. Debbie.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Nissan Kazan, just one point as well.
Quickly, please.
We already have a permit, and what we're intending to do is move immediately on work on the historic Versailles and the revision, revising the plan. So that could be it very soon, and that work could start very soon. So we have already proffered in the order on the tower, there's a condition that before we get a building permit on the tower, we must have an acceptable location to this board for the relocation of the mural. We have hired or retained Michelle Ocadona as a consultant to work with us in the city. So, but this would actually potentially delay work on the renovation and restoration of the Versailles if we had to tie it to this order, this portion of the order.
The other difficulty is in terms, we don't have a final plan for the location of this mural. The previous tower application that we saw, staff was, we had some initial options of maybe placing it on this current site. There's also some other discussion with the city and with the applicant to place this mural on a different location within the city. We looked at an example that potentially on the 17th Street garage. The city is also currently looking at other alternate locations. And I think it might be a good idea to hear from the city attorney, but I'm not sure if we can place a condition in this order that requires the installation of this mural off-site, which may or may not even be in a historic district. The applicant has proffered to do this. So we are comfortable including it in the condition when the applicant is proffering that condition, which they have and they had to the city commission. But I think it gets a little bit tricky unless we have a specific proposal that is on this particular site to put a condition in the order saying it can be on the site, but it could also be located somewhere else, because we don't have that determination yet.
I understand. Okay, well, since we've all spoken, do I hear a motion for the main subject at hand about the Versailles?
I'll move it.
Okay, what motion?
And Ms. Liebman, that's subject to the conditions and staff's draft order with the exception of K, which we will defer to the plan that was presented today.
Yes, yes.
Does your, Debbie, does your
without the additional, without putting the sign on this historic building.
The mural is not part of staff's recommended condition for this application.
Okay.
It is for the other.
Point of order question. Would this motion also include that the restoration and renovation of the Versailles shall commence prior to that of any new proposed tower?
We hope so.
No,
that is sometimes a condition. I don't believe that is in here. I think what I would recommend is that we put a condition in very similar to other projects that the board has looked at that would say the restoration and renovation of the Versailles Hotel, including exterior and public interior spaces, shall be substantially complete, subject to staff inspection, review, and approval prior to the issuance of a CO or TCO for the new residential building.
I can accept that, yes.
Okay, we will include that as part of the motion. Mr. Lopez, was that a second I heard earlier? You second that motion, okay. Since we have a motion and a second, I will call the roll. Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Mr. Needleman.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, great. Application has been approved. Thank you very much. I would ask if we could take about a 15 or 20-minute break, because I know lunch has been delivered to the convention center. So do you want to come back at 10 minutes after 1 o'clock?
Yes, and Debbie, today we are going to take up your November 10th prioritization and scheduling of pending discussion items that we skipped over the last meeting.
No, we didn't skip that over. We have the prioritization. We have the prioritization of the discussion items. Next month, we have a much shorter agenda, so we will be putting the priority items on. I think we've already talked about 2 or 3 of the items
Okay,
at the December
thank you.
meeting. So yeah, we're on top of it.
What time?
Okay, so we'll see 10 minutes after 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the January HPB meeting. We have one project left, I believe, and Debbie will set it up for us. Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back, everyone. Before we get into the next regular application, I do want to provide the board an update. The city, with the city attorney's office and the applicant, is still working out the issues with an in-person quorum for HPB 20-0431. This is 880 71st Street. So at this time, I would like to, on behalf of the applicant, request a continuance to the February 9th meeting. And we will need a motion and a vote on that. So that is HPB 20-0431 to be continued to the February 9th meeting.
I'll move it.
Okay. Do I have a second?
A second?
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, no opposed. That application has been continued to the February meeting. So now we do have our final application of the day, which is HPB file 20-0379. This is 2901 to 2911 Indian Creek Drive. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of 2 existing buildings, the renovation, restoration, and relocation of 1 existing building, the construction of a detached residential addition, and multiple variances from the required pedestal and tower setbacks to exceed, and variances to exceed the maximum projection allowed within the required yards. I'm not sure how many of board members are familiar with this particular site, but there have been at least 2 major development projects approved for this site since 2006. Unfortunately, neither of those projects moved forward to building permit, and the buildings have been vacant for definitely over a decade, probably closer to 15 years.
Wow.
So it is a concern of staff. This has been on staff's radar for quite some time, and we are pleased to be approached by the property owner and team recently to go forward with a new development project for this site. The site consists of 2 parcels. It does contain 3 existing buildings. The demolition requests are relative to the existing post-war modern building, which was constructed in 1962. That is located on the corner of the property. And then the other structure proposed for total demolition is a smaller accessory structure in the northeast corner of the site, which is not visible from the right-of-way. With regard to the post-war building, staff has looked at this building very closely over the past several years in terms of the property's redevelopment. In 2000, I believe it was in 2015, the board had reviewed a development project that proposed to retain approximately half of this building. The applicant did go through after that approval and submit for building permit. The building permit plans were reviewed. At that point, we're talking about probably 2 years after the approval. There were some significant concerns raised during the building permit review process regarding the city's public infrastructure, the public works, and the future plans for the raising of Indian Creek, including the sidewalks. That was one of the serious considerations at the time, which really stopped this project from obtaining a building permit. When staff met with the applicant again, we expressed some concern with the total demolition of this building when previously, we were able to save half of it, or so we thought. Looking at the sections and the drawings that the applicant has presented in conjunction with the city's public works plans for this neighborhood, it is actually very shocking in terms of the existing finished floor elevation of the building with regard to the proposed new sidewalk elevation. The current conditions of this building, along with potentially exploring raising of the building, which was looked at by a structural engineer as submitted as part of this package, really came to the conclusion that if this building were to remain as part of any future development site, that it would really require demolition and reconstruction, and that reconstruction would be at a higher level. That would then require additional changes because of the original location of the building, which is immediately adjacent to the sidewalk. So after really looking at this extensively, staff is recommending and is supportive of the proposed demolition of the building. The second building, again, the second building is in the corner. It hasn't been visible from the right-of-way since the post-war modern structure was completed in 1962. More importantly, why staff is supportive of this structure for demolition is we do not find any significant architectural value to this particular building as it exists. It was also previously approved for total demolition in 2015 by the Historic Preservation Board to accommodate a new rear residential tower, similar in concept to the one that is presented today. We believe most importantly, this application does propose to actually elevate the existing most significant structure on the site, which is the Carlos Scheppel design. Originally, it was designed as a single family home. So the applicant is actually proposing to elevate and relocate this so it fronts onto Indian Creek. And they'll get into that in more detail through their presentation. But staff has provided a diagram of the 1941 aerial and the 1965 aerial. And we are generally supportive of bringing this building, the front of this building, back to the public realm because it was designed originally to be seen from that side of the street. Now with construction potentially along that side, we do believe the reorientation of this building provides the best case scenario for the introduction of a new addition, because if it was left in its current orientation, which is perpendicular to the street, any new addition would be in front of it. So we think it's a very creative, very innovative strategy. We're excited to see the Buoyant City guidelines really being taken seriously, and the applicant really looking to create a resilient historic building. We have one comment with regard to the finished floor elevation that is proposed, and we would ask that it be elevated slightly more in order to be at the minimum Miami Beach Freeboard. That is our only comment with regard to that restoration of the historic building. With regard to the new addition, we are generally supportive of the design of the new addition. We have some recommendations with regard to reducing the perceived massing of the building as currently shown. We believe it is having an impact on the remaining contributing building, and are recommending that if possible, that potentially we could eliminate some of the triple stack parking to lower the building. We have, since we wrote this report, discussed these potential solutions with the applicant and the architects. I believe today they will be presenting a modified design, which they believe does satisfy our concern. With regard to the variances, there are 8 variances requested. Michael Belushi is here, but I'll just summarize. The first 3 variances are building setback variances. One is for the relocation of the Carlos Scheppel contributing building. And then the other setback variances are for the new tower so that it can be placed as close to the rear as possible. And then the variances 4 through 8 are the variances that we have much more of a concern over, are relative to the balconies on the new building, the allowable projections into required yards. And those we do have requested modifications to. I'm not sure, Michael, do you have anything else to add?
I just want to state, thanks, Debbie, that our concern is really the balcony projections. I mean, the code allows up to a 25% projection. We're requesting that they reduce what they're proposing, which goes, much closer to the property lines. We're suggesting that they reduce their balconies to a maximum of a 40% projection into the interior and street side yards and 50% projection into the rear yard in order to ensure we have an adequate area for landscaping, adequate landscape growth for substantial landscaping. So we are recommending approval of all the variances with just some modifications to variances 4 through 8, as Debbie mentioned.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, that concludes staff's presentation. I believe the applicant has prepared and is ready to present. We have Urban Robots and Graham Penn.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Graham Penn.
Good afternoon. Is your entire presentation team with you?
Yeah, JJ and Sebastian, you guys there?
Graham, they must be listed under a different name because I don't see those names there. I just see Urban. Yeah, Urban. Yeah. I see Urban Robot. Are you there? Just here.
Once they're all in, I will swear everybody in together.
Good afternoon. This is JJ and Sebastian, two of the principals with Urban Robot Associates. Our offices are 420 Lincoln Road.
Right. Okay, let's get ready to be sworn in.
And I also have a Yusuf. One second.
We might as well swear in Yusuf just in case.
Okay, so that is one of your party. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Great. And PJ, could we just put my slides up and we'll get rolling as quickly as possible? Thank you. Again, Graham Penn, Burkhalter, Delfrin, and Larkin Tapinas, representing the applicant. I'm going to be as brief as I can be in my portion of the application, which of course is always a lie, but I'll be as quick as I can, and then I'm going to turn it over to JJ to take you through the design. As Debbie indicated, we're excited for this project for two reasons. First, we think it will be the first multifamily implementation of the Buoyant City Guidelines, which we think will be showing the world the way forward to adapting to climate change and sea level rise in a historic context. And second, this change is an opportunity to highlight an architectural gem that has been obscured from the public for almost 60 years in the form of the 1936 building that we're going to restore and relocate. We have no objection to staff's suggested revisions to the balcony requests, so as Michael indicated, so we're fine with those. We also have agreed to raise the minimum finished floor of the historic structure to BFE +1, and you'll see that in the later drawings of what that means, how tall it gets. And we will, as Debbie indicated, be showing you a couple of potential options regarding the pedestal and reducing the visual impact of it. Okay, so PJ, can we move on? Next. There's our team, Sebastian and JJ from Urban Robot and Yusuf, our structural engineer. Yusuf's report is in your materials. I'm not going to ask him to speak in our case in chief, but he's here in case you have questions. Next. So here we are located on the northeast corner of 29th and Indian Creek. Surrounding us, just to kind of reorient everyone, we have the AC Hotel, which is immediately to our east. To our north, we have the Arden Hotel. To the south of us across 29th Street, we have 2882 Indian Creek, which is a late 1960s building that's 14 stories tall. It has a fairly large parking pedestal right on the street. Next. Here's just a quick survey showing you the orientation of the three buildings. I'm going to talk a little bit about them more at length when we get to it. But the important thing on this to remember is looking at the proximity, especially of that southern building, which is the 1962 building, to 29th Street. And when we start talking about the roadway raising, that building is located, you can see the balcony is at the property line. Next slide. So here's a brief, and this is in your materials too, this is a brief history of the development of the properties. You can see starting on the left, 1936, the first building, which again is the best architectural example on the property, we believe. It was built in 36. A very plain addition was built 2 years later. And for a while, those two sites had a large lawn in front of them. You know, they had basically an empty lot. But in 62, the previous owners built the post-war building, which did two things. Obviously, it added the new structure, blocking the 1930s structures from the street, and taking their entire frontage. And then it also involved linking the 62 building with a catwalk to the 36 building. So it's kind of became this Frankenstein's monster of a assemblage with the 62 building being grafted onto the 36. They also changed some elements of the 36 structure to kind of make it try to match the 62. Next. So as Debbie indicated, the last time this property was here, it was 2015. At that point, the board approved the demolition of the 1938 building, the plain accessory structure on the back, partial demolition of the 1962 building. That demolition included a removal of the floors, an additional third story on top of it to make townhouse units, as well as the linear demolition. It was basically a 40% or plus removal of that building. And then the introduction of a new residential tower. Next. This is the 2015 layout. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but I think I want to focus on a couple of things. The setbacks. First of all, that building, the new building was located at 5 feet from the north, from the south, and from the east. That was necessary to basically fit the new construction in the site while retaining the 62 building and keeping the 36 building in its current alignment. That meant, though, that the new construction was basically right up against the 36 building. You can see it there next to the fitness thing labeled. That was the wall of the new building. So it was kind of looming over the 36 building in order to fit it on the property. Next. As Debbie indicated, that 2015 approval, the owner went forward and tried to get a building permit. And in the middle of the building permit process, 2 issues came up. First, that project assumed the installation of a robotic or parking system that had a subterranean element. We're not worth going into in detail here, but it was a robotic system that literally had an area below grade that cars would be located, and the building department has raised significant issues with putting any kind of parking subterranean in this location. And of course, the most important thing was the city came through with the Indian Creek road raising project in the middle of this, and that has significantly changed the development of this property. Next. So, Indian Creek road raising. Anyone who's been along Indian Creek recently has known that this is underway, right? And it is moving from north to south right now. It's getting closer to our property by the week. Next slide. I wanted to focus on, this is the Faena Forum, which just was subjected to the road raising. You can see the construction activity in the background. This gives you some level of insight about what this change is doing. So this is, again, Faena, the forum has a significant amount of setback in comparison to our 60s building, but it's a significant difference in grade. Next. Here's just another view. You can see that change with that second sidewalk. So it's very similar to what we've seen in Sunset Harbor, but now it is coming home to roost on these historic, more residential components along Indian Creek. Next. So here's again the current view of our property. You can see we have the temporary lights up there because the construction is approaching us. 62 building is right in front of us, and you can see again that is right up against the street, right? That balcony is at 0, so it's right up against the property line. Next. That gives you you can see again the balcony right there, and there's our corner showing you that is basically where the road raising is coming around, and then it will be moving east on 29th Street and eventually harmonized as you get closer to Collins with the existing road. Next. This is a very blurry, unfortunately, view, but this is in your set 2, showing you the difference between our current height, our current grade, which is 1.35 MAVD, and the future grade, 355 MAVD, which is what the city is raising the road to. Now you can see base flood is significantly over that, right? Base flood is at 6.44. Of course, the guy that's standing existing grade is underwater because he's under the grade. Next. Here's a photo applying that additional road raising to the wall you saw around the property. And there's Sebastian on the property the other day. So you can see that is basically where the new road grade will end up vis-a-vis our property. So it's almost half of Sebastian's height. Next slide. And there's base flood, right? So that is what base flood is going to be in comparison to our existing property. So Sebastian is that guy who's underwater in that other drawing. Next slide. So as you know, the city, including this board, spent a long time with Alan Schulman on the Boyne City plan. And Boyne City focused its analysis heavily in part in this area of the city. Next slide. Collins Waterfront was one of the 2 study areas that was focused on that study because, again, it's significantly lower than everything around it. Next. So the result of the study and the recommendation of the study for this area of the city was contributing buildings should be raised to protect them, right? So that is what the Schulman study, which was adopted by the commission, has told us is the proper way to deal with this scenario in this portion of the city. Next. So I'm going to turn it over at this point to JJ to take you through the development plan, including the relocation of the 36 building, and then he can show you also our proposed revisions to the pedestal to reflect the concerns raised by staff. JJ?
Mr. Chair, 10 minutes have elapsed.
I'm hereby requesting additional time. Unfortunately, I knew I was going to take longer than I wanted to, but if we could, Mr. Chairman, given the importance of this project, can we have some additional time to present?
Certainly. It's a very interesting project, and we need to go through it carefully.
Right. JJ, if you can.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try and be brief as well. I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions that we can handle. So ultimately, what Graham sort of laid out, what you're looking at is the site plan of the 3 structures. Can we go to the next slide? Obviously showing the demolition of the 62 and the 38 structure, and the Chopel and Southwell structure, which is the one that we're trying to preserve, the 36, is left in white. Can we go to the next slide? So here, this slide is basically speaking to the overall approach and the overall concept, which is effectively to take that 1936 contributing structure, rotate it, and raise it to BFE plus 1, which is actually even a little taller than Sebastian's head in that previous photograph, which is one of the staff conditions that we are fully on board with. So there's plenty of historic examples of moving structures. We think this is a great candidate to do this. And you go to the next slide, please. Again, this is the results of raising that structure. You can see the relationship to the roadway, rather than being completely underwater, is actually something that becomes much more elegant, much more becoming of the structure. The visual impact of the structure is very clear. And because the setback from the property line is enough on the Indian Creek side, we can berm the landscape plans and effectively harmonize more effectively and in a more beautiful way with that landscape and with that, so that the public realm can enjoy this building that's been shielded for over 60 years, as Graham mentioned. Next slide. This is a rendering showing the view from Indian Creek. So you have the base structure sort of front and center. That's really the star of the show. And that courtyard view, which was the original design intent of the original architects to show that's how the building was meant to be perceived. We think it's actually a rare opportunity to bring it back in a way that it was the original intent was sort of clear. So that courtyard and those stairs, which have this very elegant curve to them, and some of the other detailing in the front of that facade can be seen. The structure itself, the tower itself, in this rendering, the historic structure is lower than it would be, just because we had the rendering done before staff's comments about raising a little more. So the structure behind is a contemporary design, and it is something we'll get into a little bit of the balconies, but we're looking to sort of express the long horizontal lines that are very prevalent in this district, and actually making reference to some of the Fontainebleau's beautiful lines, and some of the other sort of deco elements and sort of nautical modern elements that we find in that area. Next slide. Here's another view from the corner. This would actually be a view that pedestrians would come and see as they come over the pedestrian bridge that connects them across Indian Creek. So an interesting thing to note here is that the rotation of that 36 structure also allows us to actually be a little more in keeping with the neighborhood context, we feel. There are structures to the north of us that their primary frontage was Indian Creek, and their primary expression was to be viewed from Indian Creek along that whole roadway. So we sort of feel that we're stitching into the neighborhood, as it were, a little better just from the site planning. And the structure behind responds to Collins, really. So we've kind of had this duality of typologies that are from both the Collins side and from the Indian Creek side. Even in Buoyant City, the typology of the walk-ups was part of this Collins waterfront district. So we kind of are combining those two typologies in the new proposal. And we feel that it responds to the Collins side and sort of stitches into that neighborhood. And then on the sort of lower scale side of Indian Creek, we feel that this site plan works really well. Next slide. So here, the new plan, basically you can see the proposal. We've set back the structure of the tower and the historic structure as much as we can. And one of the major improvements from the 2015 approval is that we feel we've given the 36 structure a lot more breathing room, frankly. There's a garden space that's contemplated between the tower and the lower structure. Again, the facade is clearly facing Indian Creek, front and center on Indian Creek, very sort of bilaterally symmetrical along that access point, which is something that finds its way, that influence finds its way into the new construction as well. So it reinforces that courtyard and sort of reinforces the layout. The access points for vehicular ingress and egress are off of 29th Street, which is at that point, the harmonization of the roadway from that corner comes down to about right where the new construction begins. There's an elevation later where we will see that. But in terms of the layout of the site plan, we feel that this is a major improvement over the 2015 approval for a number of reasons. But next slide. Here we've got some of the upper levels of the parking and basically showing that the Schopel and Southwell structure will be turned into two townhouses, which again, we think is tremendous value to be brought to the neighborhood. Next slide. This elevation shows 29th Street. And this is the elevation that Debbie had mentioned. And we've got some further elevations at the end of the presentation that just quickly go over the reduction in the visual impact of the pedestal of the tower. This is where the tower has a strong visual impact over the historic. And you can see here the slight harmonization, the slight transition from the higher elevated roadway at Indian Creek as it slopes down across the front of the historic, the relocated historic structure. Next slide. These are the elevations that show on the north side. So you can actually see that lower level has on the tower is actually, it's just a louver screen for the parking impact. The residences actually start at the level of the roof of the historic structure going upwards. So that's where we've clad and sort of hidden those triple stackers in the base of the building. Next slide. This is on the east elevation. Next slide. And this is the west elevation, really the sort of crowning elevation of the project that we feel. You can begin to see how some of the element that frankly, the new construction actually frames the historic rather well. We've tried to keep the new contemporary construction as almost as neutral as possible. There is some playfulness in the balconies, the way that they are sort of shifting, alternating along the floor plates. So we don't want to sort of be too, we want to be repetitive, but also playful in that sort of Miami Beach whimsical style, but still keeping a sense of that very strong bilateral symmetrical axis point, which is so key to the design of the Chopel and Southwell structure. And we've had some great discussions with MDPL regarding the window, the appropriateness of some of those windows, which we're very willing to sort of revisit and work with staff on making sure that those windows are done properly and done correctly. Next slide. Next slide. So here, this is sort of the derivation and the genesis of the design of the contemporary tower. It's sort of, as I mentioned, it's sort of a combination of this walk-up typology in the area that's found on the Indian Creek side, which has this bilateral, the symmetrical axis. And then on the Collins side, we have this what we're calling this nautical moderne, these very smooth curving lines, sort of expressing the balconies, and combining those two into these alternating floor plates is sort of how we derive ultimately the form of what we consider for the new construction, the new tower. Next slide. Again, the references to some of these long curved lines. You can see here, one of the interesting effects of having the balconies done this way is that the balcony above you is actually not directly above you. It's actually 2 levels above you. So the balcony experience is a little more, it's not so contained. It's a little more, we feel it's the outdoor space is really, that experience is actually going to be quite interesting for the structure. And the building ends up being a little more dynamic this way. Next slide. Justine is here in case there's any questions for the landscape, but I think we can show effectively that there's some strong landscaping elements to sort of harmonize properly as much as possible, and while still sort of keeping that obviously more elegant raised structure. Next slide. Next slide. And next slide. I want to get to the last 2 slides. Can we go to the next slide?
Yeah, it's the next one.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so we've got this option and one more option. So we can call this one option A with the clerestory and option B with the lack of clerestory. But these are effectively, the proposed elevation is what you see on the top of the sheet, and the alternate pedestal design is what we discussed with staff based on their comments that the pedestal of the tower is a little overwhelming or feels a little tall. One of the reasons is due to the fact that there's effectively a faux balcony. You can see it on the upper elevation drawing. That balcony, that lowest balcony, is actually not accessible, and it is not. It's essentially faux. It's just meant to match the other balconies and increase that playfulness in the balconies. But after discussions with staff and their feel that it was a little too aggressive, we felt, we don't necessarily disagree with them. So the bottom pedestal is what we've come back with as an alternate design, sort of. We're keeping the clerestory of windows above into the parking level and eliminating that faux balcony, and it sort of elevates the balcony design up a little bit, which will be further reduced based on the variances that we're fine with as well, the reduction in the variances, I should say. And the last slide, can we go to the last slide? This is option B, this option B doesn't contemplate that clerestory, but it does propose to remove that bottom faux balcony from the tower. And with that, I think we can conclude our presentation.
Yeah, I mean, all I would add, PJ, if we go back to that last slide, I apologize, just briefly. On the bottom of both of these alternates, it also reflects taking the minimum finished floor of the historic structure to BFE +1. So you can see how significant of a difference it makes off of what the roadway is to get that thing to BFE +1. And of course, doing that also reduces the visual impact of the new building because the historic building's getting taller, right? So I think that, again, we've agreed to make that modification. We've agreed to reduce the balconies as suggested by staff. And we look to your guidance as to which of these pedestal options is the preferred solution. One of the, discussed with Debbie was the potential to reduce its height. The problem is, in order to accommodate parking in the building, we need the full height of that pedestal. And this area of the city is terrible for available street parking or available public parking. So we want to be able to at least provide spaces for each unit. And this is basically the minimum that we can do, using mechanical lifts to fit the parking for this project, in a compact pedestal while still meeting code requirements. So as JJ said, again, we appreciate your time. Thank you for all the additional time. We're here for questions. I'd like to reserve time for rebuttal, and we'll look forward to discussing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for a most interesting presentation. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we open the public hearing, did we do disclosures on this application?
No.
Do we have any disclosures?
I have one. I did meet with the applicant on site, and I can remain impartial.
Okay, I see Nancy's hand up. Nancy?
Unmute, Nancy.
Okay. I had the pleasure to go over there to see it. After I read my package, I thought, I didn't understand anything about it. I just thought, this is crazy. Who would want to do anything with these buildings? You couldn't see the real buildings. So I'm disclosing, but I'm disclosing because when I went there, I was ready to say, we can't do this at all. This is awful. And I came away understanding it. It's a very difficult thing to understand the way it's done, but it is certainly a vision. I hope that it happens. I had a question before we continue. Is the owner, is it a new owner there, or is this the same owner who didn't do anything to it in 15 years?
If I could answer that, I can't tell you what happened before 2015, but this is the second entity since 2015. So 2015 applicant sold it to this new entity. Before that, it's probably been owned by at least one other person. The 2006 applicant is not the same person, but I can't tell you what happened between 2006 and 2015, other than after 2015, it got sold to the current applicant.
Oh, that's good that that's current.
Okay, any other disclosures? Okay, hearing none, Mr. Chair, we can open the public comment because I do see, excellent. I see Daniel Seraldo is the first speaker.
Yes, thank you.
Daniel, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I could do this in 4 minutes with your permission.
Absolutely, Daniel.
Thank you. Okay, well, firstly, we'd like to, Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. We'd like to thank the applicant for its proposal to elevate and retain the Chopel and Southwell contributing 1936 building. We're very pleased to see that the structure would be elevated, moved, and placed in a more prominent location on the site, given that there was another building built in front of it in the 60s. The elevation and retention also would follow the Buoyant Cities Resiliency Guidelines, as Debbie mentioned,
and it be elevated to base flood elevation +1, which would ensure the long-term resiliency of this historic structure. We praise the applicant for its efforts to follow these recently adopted guidelines, and these are guidelines that MDPL has been a part of as well. We believe this undertaking will be a model for other buildings around the city and beyond, and we hope the applicant can keep us in the loop as the project is underway. And we suggest that it document the process so that it may be an inspiration for future projects around the city. As far as the restoration, JJ mentioned that they'll have compatible windows, and that's great. With we always like the raised profile mullions, and we believe windows are an integral part of the fabric of the building. For the new building, we support the effort to remove the faux balcony and the faux residential first floor because it's more authentic, and we like the alternatives proposed. As far as the demolition of the contributing structure from the 60s, we had originally supported it being saved at the last review in 2015, but we now see that there's a hardship as far as it being feasible to retain due also to the location of the stairs and the egress ingress and how they relate to the sidewalk. So that issue is something we'll have to continue to look into because we have other typologies that may have a similar challenge. So in closing, we hope that this application is reviewed by all of you with your regular diligence, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Debbie?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any additional public comment.
Okay, so therefore I'm going to close public comment and open to board discussion, and I'm going to go first this time since I usually go last.
You said last time.
That was 2 times ago, Nancy. Okay. First of all, I'd like to compliment the architects. The proposal as presented for the most part is truly an extraordinary and innovative and very clever demonstration of architectural design. I wish everyone who came before us could be as creative and innovative and feeling for the environment as you all are. I'm just so impressed. I do take into account Debbie and the staff's comments, and I agree with them. One comment, just to satisfy me, I wish in future you younger architects would do away with the word harmonization. I absolutely despise that word because it's been a word that the road raisers have used in Sunset Harbor and now in Mid-Beach, where I live, to justify the destruction of historic landscapes and fronts of historic properties. And it really has a very bad connotation to me. I know you mean well by it, and what you mean is the joining of the old with the new requirements. I understand all that, but it would be nice if the city didn't use that word because to many of us, it has very evil connotations. So with that, I will pass it on to the next commenter, who would be, who wants to speak next? Barry.
Okie doke. Yeah, I too, I'm very impressed with the design. And I find it interesting to take the building and turn it and provide it with its original sort of, though it's a different orientation, it's the same orientation that you're viewing it almost from a yard. One thing that maybe just a clarification, I got a little confused when I'm looking at the elevations in the drawings and there are there's no drawing numbers on them. So on these renderings right before the landscape drawings, I guess, the L drawings, I'm just confused on the 36 building is being reoriented and the finished floor is being raised, but in its relation to the building to the north, it looks to me like it's the same, like maybe it's not changed. And I'd like to know if the architects could clarify that for me.
Talking about in relationship to the Alden, to our north?
Yes, the building that's with the green and the white.
Right. So we're basically rotating it and moving it to the historic setbacks. So maybe that's why it doesn't look like the north side actually increases in setback. Is that what you're thinking?
I'm referring to the elevation, to height. I would have expected, because you're raising this building so much, I would have expected it to look taller.
Right. The Alden has a basement.
Okay.
The Alden
has like a half basement.
Like a half.
So the building's already raised like 5 feet.
Basically, you have to go up a number of steps there. Yeah.
Okay. And so two things. One, I would agree with, and it's a hard agreement for me, but I just always believe in honesty in architecture. When you take away, I don't like the idea of a false balcony, a faux balcony. But when you take it away, I feel like we become that standard tall pediment that we so often get. Though in doing so, and maybe it makes it look even taller, I appreciated the elevation without the clear story windows into it. Glass on the garage, I just thought was, I don't know, maybe just non-conducive to keeping it clean and what have you. Gives you maybe a nicer wall for some landscape. What is the magic number for the balconies when you're going for a variance? The staff doesn't want you to go as far as you want. And where do you want to go?
We're actually okay with staff's recommendations. I think they asked for a reduction in, I believe one of them was from 40% to 15%, or the majority were asking for something in that range of percentages. So yeah,
I thought they were taking you to 40%.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah.
From 25 to 40.
But that references the actual projection over the setback. So the balcony ends up being, I think it's about 6 feet, 5 to 6 feet deep, which is reasonable, and we're fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah, they still become usable balconies. I think staff would definitely, and we're in agreement on that.
Then when you, on that elevation, which I guess is which is 29th Street, where you omit the faux balcony, and if you omit the clear story windows, what are the materials there?
It's contemplated to be some kind of stone cladding, basically like a coral stone or a limestone or a corallina. And then there's some vertical, if you look at, there's some vertical elements in that patterning that are basically screened elements.
Right, that was on your rendering that you showed us today, not in the package. That's why I was wondering about that. And I couldn't tell the image, maybe I didn't look close enough, whether there was, whether you were anticipating vining on that, putting some cable on there or not. That's what I was asking. So I guess the vertical lines I saw were the stone with landscape in front of them.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay. That's all. I think it's a cool project. That's all I have.
Thank you, Barry. Scott?
Yes. I also think this is going to be a very interesting project, and one that we should follow along, especially considering we're going to be raising a building and reorienting it on the lot. So as Daniel from NDPL said, it's something we ought to document moving forward, because I think this kind of thing is something that if it goes well, I think it will encourage a lot of other projects to do the same moving forward. So it is something we need to really, at least whether it's NDPL or the city, to kind of keep a close eye on moving forward. Overall, I like the project. It's very innovative, and you know, I think it'll do wonders for that little section of Indian Creek, which is, as I said when I met the applicant there, it looked like almost looked like a war zone between the buildings and the roads being broken up and everything. So, I mean, it'll help that section. The only issue I had, and I explained this, was with those variances on the north and south facades. I mean, I've always said this is a new building, so you know the reason they need the variances is you know, it's self-imposed. They're building the building as wide as they're doing it. I look at the sheet A44, and you know, when I look at the elevation, this is the west elevation. It looks like those balconies are really just kind of sticking way out, and I think they take away from the building, the new building a little bit, and the historic building. You know, I'd like to see no variances, but I don't think I'm at the point where I'd say I want to, you know, shoot down the project just because of that. I think the applicant has agreed to go along with the city recommendations and decrease those projections. Although it is still a concern of mine, I think that'll help quite a bit. And I just, you know, because of what, you know, the overall concept of this project and how it's unique, I don't want that to you know, stop the project. So I'm in favor of it with the city recommendations, and I mean, I'll, you know, if the board decides anything else as far as what you can call it, the entryway on 29th Street or anything like that. I mean, I'd be open to hearing anything, but I mean, overall, I'm okay with the project, with what the city's recommending as for the variances.
Thank you, Scott. Who would like to go next? Nancy.
I said both that I had to. I think it's a fabulous project. It's going to be a model for future applications that are going to be very unusual. I was so taken aback when I saw it after reading the package before it. I couldn't believe what they were doing. I had a big X across it. That was going to be I was totally against it before I got there. And when I got there and they showed me what they were doing, I was so impressed. I love it. I think it's great.
Well, thank you very, very much. I agree. Next, how about Rick?
Thank you, Jack. Well, I wanted to say hello to Urban Robot. It's been a while since I see those guys, but it's a reminder to local developers that you don't have to go halfway around the world to look for talented architects.
Bravo.
It's good to see local talent doing exciting things and embracing these new guidelines for resiliency in the district. It's really cool because the city's gone through great lengths to put that together, and to see the private sector now taking on that challenge is really great. Makes me very interested to know who the developer is, you know, who's taking on this challenge. But clearly, it's an exciting strategy. I had two questions. It's already been asked about the pedestal and the materials. I think maybe you consider creating some openings in that wall, which is otherwise, I think, like a two-story wall with the coralina you mentioned. But I wanted to ask about the parking system and its operation without, presumably there's no valet working here. So is it going to be incumbent upon neighbors to take turns moving each other's cars in and out, or how is that going to work?
It will necessarily be a valet system because it's triple stackers. So it's not going to be individuals running it. So there's going to be staff 24/7 on the property. We have a mechanical application from the planning board regarding the operations, but that's what it's going to necessarily have to be.
Got it. And as for the pedestal, is there a possibility that we might see that the street elevations develop at a larger scale? Maybe there's room for some openings in an otherwise solid wall?
Yeah, I think those same vertical lines that, by the way, Mr. Lopez, good to hear your voice and see you as well, or at least half of your face. But the question that Barry had about those vertical lines, they were contemplated as screens and some of them are going to be openings because we agree with you. It's a lot of stone on that facade. And I think basically there is an open space behind. If you look at the plan as well, there's like an outdoor meeting space and there's a gallery there, like a lounge space. So we agree with you on that one. There should be a little more porosity there in that stonework.
That sounds great, JJ. Thanks and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Who would like to go next, Max or Kirk?
There you go.
It's Max.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is really ambitious, and I'll pile on with support for this as a case study. I hope that this can yield some some applicable knowledge, as we look to learn from this and maybe repeat it elsewhere. I had a similar sort of arc of understanding as what Nancy was describing, maybe not as intense, but I was confused as to why everything, but it made sense by the end. And any of the comments that I had, or concerns that I had kind of flagged beforehand been addressed in the conversation so far. I think that, with, if the pedestal height wasn't going to be reduced, just addressing that sort of the experience at the ground level of what that is. And it sounds like that's, already being considered. So supportive of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Last but not least, Kirk.
Are you sure?
No.
I agree with a lot that's been said by everyone. I do think, there are nuances specific to this project and the site and the existing buildings that help me to be excited about it, including the reorientation of the contributing building. I do want to say, because I'm still haunted with where we are, though, as a community. I mean, I can't, and this is completely aside from the specific application itself, but a couple of things. When you talk about the most significant building out of 3 contributing buildings on the site, those can be, I've seen them be dangerous discussions. I'm concerned about the future of neighborhoods, which there are a lot, with contributing buildings with 0 setbacks, which sort of form the fabric of some of our historic districts. In some ways, I'm hoping this will be an example, but as far as an example is concerned, when 2 out of 3 contributing buildings get demolished, I can't wholeheartedly say that I hope that this is the vision for our historic districts in the future, because if 2 out of 3 of our contributing buildings are lost in the process, I just have to say that I'm struggling in knowing that there's work to be done. There's work to be done. I do have questions as to, and I'm not questioning it again specifically on this project, but for instance, with the Gerard Pitt building, because there's so many buildings that are of a similar type of positioning and configuration, what the viability will be when push comes to shove on having those discussions and actually making our city resilient and buoyant. I just have to say that I wholeheartedly support this project. And yet, you know, I will continue to struggle with those concerns of what the long-term solutions will be for our city when it comes to raising roads and low-lying buildings and raising buildings and slab construction and crawl spaces. Not a lot has been answered. Maybe some of it will be answered in the one structure that's being moved. Can I ask, by the way, I'm assuming the Gerard Pitt structure was a slab structure. The Carlo Schopel structure is a crawl space, I'm assuming, and is that contributing to its viability to be successfully, with the anticipation being that it will be successfully moved on the site?
It's this is Yusuf. It's a combination. There's a slab. We have a little bit of foundations around the wall that we're going to be using to lift it. But we studied the structure and it can be lifted, yes.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. And then so will the stairs, because those are slab, right? Obviously the platforms of the stairs, would those be removed and then rebuilt?
Correct. The way we're studying this could be done in two ways. The more difficult way is to move it with the structure, but most likely is that we can cut them off, move them by themselves, and reconnect them after we move the structure. But the issue we deal with is that because of the elevation change and the raising, it's going to be a little bit challenging because we need to add extra risers to the stairs.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Again, you know, I think this is great. It's a wonderful proposal. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm a big fan of particularly these types of building typologies by Carlo Schopel. And so I wish you the best with it. And I look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. I think everyone has commented. Would someone like to formulate? Oh, Debbie.
Can I just to point out and to get some clarification, one of our recommended conditions in the draft order, which was included as 1C, 1B, and this is specific to the pedestal, the design of the height of the triple stacking parking level that fronts onto 29th Street. So we had a condition prior to discussing with the applicant and prior to seeing the proposed redesign of that area that was shown in the presentation today. So I would be, and it sounds like the board might be amenable to amend that condition to reflect the design. They showed two options for the alternate design of that pedestal. One had the clear story glass, and then the other did not. I heard from Mr. Klein that he preferred the option without the glass. I don't think I heard as much specific recommendations from the other board members, but I think if you're fine with one of the options or either or of the options, I just want to memorialize that and modify that condition to reflect that instead of staff's condition, it will revert to the design that was shown in the presentation today.
They also said there were some openings. They planned openings
Correct.
In there.
And that's something that we heard verbally, but we could actually incorporate into a replacement condition here.
That could be worked out with staff.
Correct.
I'd be fine with that.
Is there a feeling strongly amongst the board members with regard to whether it has the clear story glazing or without glazing? Or are you open to staff working with the applicant on that?
I'm open to staff working with them on that.
Okay, so we will work with the applicant on the design as shown today to incorporate additional openings and the final details of that design.
Sounds good.
Okay, and that will replace condition B. And that's all I have. Other than that, I will entertain a motion. We will need 2 motions, one for the certificate of appropriateness and one for the variances.
I'll move to approve the COA.
Okay, motion by Mr. Lopez. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Klein. Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Mr. Needleman.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, that is approved. Now we will entertain a motion on the variances.
I'll move it.
Move it, Nancy, with staff recommendations?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Lopez. I will call the roll. Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
And Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, that is approved. Thank you very much.
Wait, I have one more thing.
Sure.
That's all our business. I'd like to take this opportunity again, assuming that the commission makes up its mind this week.
Oh.
I would like to thank very much Scott for his wonderful service.
Thank you, Jack.
Absolutely, 6 years.
Move on
6
to bigger
years.
and better things.
Thank you, Jack. I know this board will remain in good hands.
We hope so.
And Mr. Chair, I did see that the commission, I believe, will be taking up appointments tomorrow. So this may be our last meeting, at least formally with Scott, but it's been a real pleasure, and we're going to miss you very much. If by chance, Scott, the commission does not take up the appointments tomorrow, I will be reaching out to you and asking you to attend the February meeting. But it's been wonderful. So I'm sure we'll see each other soon.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no further business.
I have one question, if I may.
Sure.
Yeah. This might have been answered earlier. I don't know. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to take all the paper and put it in the recycling bin for tomorrow. And wondering about the one that on 71st Street, was 810 71st Street? Do I hold on to that for next month?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Hold
will
on
do.
to
Will
the
do.
71st Street plans, and hopefully we can figure something out for the February meeting.
And
Thank
one
you.
other question, Debbie, will you be available by phone immediately after this meeting?
For you, of course. For anyone who might be watching on TV, I don't know.
Okay.
Just kidding. I am available, yes.
Okay. Well, seeing no further business, so if we make a motion to adjourn.
Move.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor.
Bye.
Bye, guys. See you soon.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Thank you,
Take care.
Scott.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.